All right, everybody, welcome to the channel. Today, tonight, we're gonna go over start 'em, sit 'em for week 2. We got the quarterbacks here. We have the running backs right here. We have the wide receivers right here, and we have the tight ends on this page. So I got a different page for each of them because there's just a ton of guys to go over. It's gonna be tough to fit them all on the screen for one page, and so we're gonna go over each position group one at a time. And we have the tight ends. You got people you gotta start, people you should start, people that most likely should sit. Maybe they fall in the middle of should start or most likely sit. We'll figure out where they go, and then there's gonna be guys that you just sit them down. You don't even have to think twice about it. So one at a time. You got people you gotta start. Let's see here. Let me get this put up here real quick. Maybe they fall in the middle of should start or most likely. I can see your guys' comments. And then there's gonna be guys that you just sit them down. You don't even have to think. What's going on, Flo? Welcome. I appreciate you tuning in. You're watching from Oregon, flying to Philly tomorrow morning, watching Thursday night football. Stoked. You live in Oregon. Who do you choose for? Or I mean, not choose for. Who do you root for? Who do you root for? What's going on, Flo? You live in Oregon. Are you like a Seattle Seahawks fan? You're watching from Oregon, flying to Philly tomorrow morning, watching Thursday night football. Not showing up right here. Let me see. In Oregon, who do you choose for? Or I mean, not choose for. Why is this not showing up? Who do you root for? What's going on, Flo? You live in Oregon. Go to our quarterbacks first. Seattle Seahawks fan? You're watching from Oregon, flying to Philly tomorrow morning, watching Thursday night football. Not showing up my comments. Here it is. Who do you choose for? Or I mean, not choose for. Why is this not showing up? Do you root for? Click on this. Seahawks fan? Yeah, I kind of figured. I guess you kind of have to be, man, when you live in Oregon, right? What in the world? For some reason, my comments are not showing up here like they have been. Let me. Seahawks fan? Yeah. Double check this real quick. I guess you kind of have to be, man, when you live in Oregon, right? I'm gonna pop chat back out again here. What in the world? For some reason, my comments. There's always something every stream, man. There's always something that just doesn't want to work correctly, you know? Yeah. Double check this real quick. Give me a new URL. It's the only thing I don't like about YouTube. So you got to do this for YouTube. Let me see. There's always something every stream, man. What a box at. Just doesn't want to work correctly, you know? This should be popping up. That's crazy. Hold on one second. Let me go to my URL. Let's go to the news desk. See what's coming up. Do this for YouTube. Let me see. It's not. There's always something every stream, man. What a box. All right. Well, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna make another one. This should be popping up. That's crazy. Hold on one second. Let me go to browser. Let's go to the news desk. See what's coming up. Do this for YouTube. I'm gonna have to do this once again. Alright, well, guess what we're gonna do? We're gonna make another one. It should be popping up. That's crazy. Hold on one second. Let me go to browser. Alright. I guess we'll put it like over here, huh? I'm gonna have to do this once again. Alright, well, guess what we're gonna do? It's crazy that this isn't coming up. Should be popping up. That's crazy. Hold on one second. Let me go to browser. Alright. I guess we'll put it like over here, huh? It's kind of weird how this isn't working. I have to do this once again. All right, we're just gonna have to go without the comments, and I guess I'll answer you guys' comments. I won't be able to display them, I guess, until I figure out what's going on here. All right, so quarterbacks. It's kind of weird how this isn't working. Quarterbacks are gonna be pretty simple here. We got what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, I'll answer you guys' comments. We got 20 quarterbacks, so really we have like the top 20 quarterbacks for the most part. There might be 1 or 2 guys I'm missing, like Purdy. Quarterbacks. Quarterbacks are going to be pretty simple. Purdy's a guy that I'm kind of missing, I guess, from this list. We could put Purdy in real quick. We might go over Purdy last. Mahomes, you got to start him, obviously. This is pretty clear cut. Allen, got to start him. There might be 1 or 2 guys I'm missing, like Purdy. Jalen Hurts. Where's Jalen Hurts? There he is. Jalen Hurts, once again, plays tomorrow night. You have to start him. These 3 are just, I mean, I really shouldn't even have these guys on here for the most part. I try to stray away from the big time names because it's pretty, it's self-explanatory. You know what I mean? Whenever we get to the receivers and the running backs, well, I guess the running backs I have them. The receivers I don't have like JJ. I don't have Chase on there. Those guys are obviously plug and play guys. So. The big time names because Dak. It's pretty, Dak, most likely you're gonna sit this guy. You know what I mean? To some guys that aren't really some big names. Burrow. The receivers. Burrow is a big name. Burrow. Chase on there. Gotta start him. Obviously plug and play guys. Have to start Joe Burrow. Herbert, if you own him, you have to start. You have to start him. Same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, you have to start as well. Really some big names. Burrow. These are guys that you have to start right here. These 6 at least. Let's go over. Have to start Joe Burrow. Some more notable guys. So Cousins, he plays tomorrow, so let's get him out of the way. Trevor Lawrence, you have to start as well. I'm gonna say you're most likely gonna sit. I'm not gonna say sit him down. Sit him down. He's close to being in this category. But I'm going to say most likely you're going to sit him. Usually, I would say most Cousins owners out there probably have another quarterback. Right, you should. Because you most likely waited to draft quarterback. You're probably one of the last teams in your league, especially if you're in a 10-man league. You're probably one of the last teams to draft a quarterback. And so if that's the case, most Cousins owners out there probably have this is not the week to start him in my opinion. Last week he's coming off a rough week because you most likely they're on a short schedule playing tomorrow night, already. I know the total is kind of high, which actually kind of shocked me. I couldn't believe how high the total was for tomorrow night's game, considering it's a Thursday night game, considering how bad the Vikings played. They're on a short schedule. I do believe that the Eagles have like a 29 or 29.5 point total. I couldn't believe their team total. So for tomorrow night's game, considering it's a Thursday, that means we're looking at the Vikings played. I mean, it's a 49 over under. Eagles are 6-point favorites. 29 or 20. So you're looking at like a 20. I mean, really, you're looking at a so for tomorrow night's game, considering it's a Thursday, 28 to 22 game, somewhere around their side. But I believe their point total, the team total I heard was like 29, if I'm not mistaken. Point favorites. Maybe it says it on here. Let me just double check. I guess I would have to look. Would have to look on DraftKings here. Let me look on DraftKings. Cousins is still a guy, though. I think he's going to struggle a little bit tomorrow. He could be okay. James Bradbury, I think, is already ruled out. So is Reed Blankenship. If you guys don't know who those guys are, Reed Blankenship is a safety. He's pretty good. He's one of the better safeties in the league. He's going to struggle a little bit tomorrow. He's not a scrub. Let's just put it that way. Bradbury's opposite of Darius Slade. Bradbury's pretty decent. I think he's going to be missing. So Addison could have a decent game. Slay is going to shadow Jefferson again tomorrow night. He's not a scrub. Let's just put it that way. The reason why I don't put Cousins in this category for like actually sitting him down is because he could bounce back a little bit. Cousins doesn't really fare well, in the primetime games. We know that historically. Jefferson again tomorrow. And he also he's not a scrub. Struggled against this team in the same scenario. I think it was on a Monday Night Football game last year. It was either Sunday night or a Monday night game. It was actually a primetime game. Same two teams, really, at Lincoln Financial Field too. So the Eagles were home last year as well. I was kind of shocked this game wasn't in Minneapolis. To be honest, I couldn't believe the Eagles had, they got the Vikings at home again 2 years in a row. At Lincoln Financial Field too. So Cousins could bounce back a little bit here. Maybe JJ gets a little bit of a revenge game against Slay. It does hurt that Blankenship and Bradbury are not going to be on the field on the other side, and so at home again 2 years ago, maybe Cousins could bounce. But the books are saying otherwise, and that's kind of why I am not as high on Cousins and really just the Vikings in this game, because the books say otherwise, and the books, maybe whatever they usually have their stuff set to, they pretty much like they know the outcome of the game, because that's kind of why, who knows why, right? But as high on, let me see here, it's gonna be like team total here. Let me see if I can find team total. The books say otherwise in the books. Team total, where the heck is it at? Whatever they usually have their stuff set. I know they got it. It's like they know the outcome of the game, because that's kind of why.
Who knows why, right? But that's high on. Let me see here. It's gonna be like team totals. So 20.5 to 27.5. So 27.5, 20.5. I know they got it. That adds up to about 48 points. It's a 49-point total. So you're looking at maybe 3 touchdowns here for the Vikings. I believe that game was very low scoring last year, if I'm not mistaken. 20.5. Let me look it up real quick. I know it was low scoring. It was a boring game to watch. So you're looking at maybe 3 touchdowns versus Vikings. The Vikings, I believe that game was very 2022. The Eagles won the game 24-7. That's right. 24-7. It was a low scoring game. I know it was low scoring. It was a boring game to watch. So you're looking at maybe this was a Thursday night game. Was this a Thursday night game last year? I don't know. It was a week 2 game too, I think. The Eagles won the game 24-7. That's right. So 24-7. It was a low scoring game. I'm not gonna start Cousins if he's on my team and I have a better option. Let's just put it that way, okay? I'm just not going to. It's a short week. He had a terrible week last week. 2 fumbles and a pick. I know he threw. I think he threw for a little more than 300 yards. But I'm not going to start Cousins. He could bounce back a little bit. I'm not saying he's a bad play. I think if you have some other guys here that I have on probably most likely being able to be sitting them or sit them down, and he's your other option, and then maybe you start him in that scenario. He could bounce like, let's say like Jared Goff. I'm going to say you're going to most likely sit Jared Goff, okay? And I'm going to say you're going to most likely sit Dak. So if you have Dak and Cousins on your team, or if you have a Cousins Goff on your team, I would probably start Cousins. Then maybe you that's the case, because they are going to throw the ball. The Eagles are missing a couple of defenders on defense, so maybe I do think Cousins would be a better play over Dak and over Jared Goff. Let's just put it that way. I would probably start. So Goff is also in here. I just the Eagles are. There's going to be better. I feel like there's better options. If Goff is your only guy, sure, you're going to have to start him. He's not a terrible start. They have a 47-point total. They are a 5-point favorite at home against Seattle. Gibbs should be a little bit more involved in the offense. But there's better options. If you have like a top 8 quarterback, you're talking about Lamar. Lamar's in this category right here. You're probably gonna have to start him if you own him. I think. I'm gonna throw Fields in this bracket here. I'm not gonna say you have to start him. I own him in the league. I own him in a double point league, so I'm gonna start him no matter what. He is my only quarterback on the roster right now too. Anyways, I think like a lot of these guys that we're gonna get into here in a second, they're on the waiver wire in some of my leagues. The rosters aren't big in the one league. The benches are kind of small. Gonna start him no matter what, and you don't really need to be having a bunch of quarterbacks on your roster, especially if you got really one of these top 8 guys. I'm going to say Fields you probably should start if you own him. If I owned Fields and I owned one of these other 3 guys and the guys that I have most likely to sit, I'm gonna start Fields. I would expect him to bounce back a little bit against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay is really not that good. I see some scenarios where he's scrambling a little bit. Maybe he gets on pace with, gets on the same page really with more. Some of the other guys in the offense, and really I just feel like they're going to bounce back a little bit. They may not win the game against Tampa Bay. I think they should, but I think they get back on pace. Let's just put it that way. Gets on the same page really with Goff and Cousins could be a close call. Some of the other guys in the offense, with somebody like Fields, just because of the point total. They may not win the game against Tampa Bay. The Bears have a 41-point total. You look at the Lions and the the game tomorrow night, and the point totals are a little bit better, so maybe Goff and Cousins could be a close call. Maybe there's a way that Cousins and Goff can get there, just because of the point total. Deshaun Watson, I'm going to say you should start him probably if he's your starting quarterback, unlikely. The matchup's not great again against Pittsburgh. No, Pittsburgh got smoked last week by the Niners. Tomlin's going to have that group fired up. I think the defense is going to play a little bit better. The point total for that game is not good. which I wouldn't expect it to be. I would expect Chubb to get a lot of work. This is a Monday night game, so if you're gonna start him, you better stick with it because you're gonna have no choice, you know, after Sunday, because a lot of the quarterbacks pretty much play. There is 2 Monday night games though, so if like you change your mind, pick it. Young and Carr will be the guys that are out there. Start him. Stick with it because you're gonna have no choice. I'm gonna say you gotta start him. I'm not even gonna say you should start him. You gotta start him if you own him. He's throwing the ball to Tyreek. They have 46.5 point total here on ESPN right now. That's the over/under for the point total. So expect there to be some points, you know. You gotta start him. And I'm not even gonna say you should start him. Yeah, you gotta start him, man. You gotta start him, especially after last week. You have to start him. Tyreek. I'm gonna say 46.5 points. So Carr, I'm gonna say he's most likely to sit. That's the over/under for the point. More than likely gonna sit Carr. Expect there to be some points, you know. And I'm not even gonna say we move him up here so he doesn't look weird. And so the reason why I say that is just because he's not a top 12 quarterback right now in fantasy. I mean, he's just not. So he's most likely gonna sit. I do think there's a chance you could start him this week, but you're more than likely going to sit him. You're more than likely going to sit him. And he's, you know, he's probably just inside top 20 quarterbacks in fantasy for this week. Right now in fantasy. I mean, he's just not. So you're most likely going to sit him. Daniel Jones, I'm going to say you should start him if you own him. But you're more than likely going to sit him. You have better options. If you have one of these other guys really that are in the should start or got to start, you're going to start him or start them over him. But if he was your quarterback going into the season, you started him as your starting quarterback last week, you got to start him this week. There's a lot of people that I know dropped him. I'm going to try to scoop him up off the waiver wire. I think tomorrow or Friday or whenever the waiver goes again. I believe it's tomorrow. But if he was your quarterback, all right, actually, I think it's Friday morning. Started him as your starting quarterback. But you got to start this guy. He's got the Cardinals this week. He's going to bounce back. Dable's going to have the team fired up. They're going to beat, you know, the Cardinals. I think tomorrow or Friday. I would venture to say they're going to beat them. I believe it's tomorrow. You got to start him, in my opinion. If he's your number one, you got to start him. If you got him and Purdy, you can maybe go Purdy. You got him and one of these other guys. You can make a case for Goff and Cousins. And maybe Carr. I don't think you can make a case for Dak. Dak's got a tough matchup against Jets defense with a low point total in that game. I know they're 9-point favorites, but I'm not starting Dak on a 38-point total against the Jets at home on the home opener. I don't think you can make a case for Dak. The Jets have a really, really good defense. Got a tough matchup against. You guys seen what they did to Josh Allen? What do you think they can do to another 9-point Dak Prescott? You know, I'm not starting Dak. I wonder if this will come up. I'm sorry, Jeffrey. For some reason, my chat doesn't pop up. I can still answer your question. It says pick 2: Marquise Brown, Allen Robinson, Van Jefferson, Kendrick Bourne, Sky Moore, and Brandon Cooks. I gotta pick 2 out of that. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Jeffrey. I might as well you might as well put a bunch of names into a hat and, you know, blindly pick out 2. Van Jefferson. Give me Sky Moore and Brandon Cooks. I gotta pick 2 out of that. Give me Bourne. Oh my gosh. And give me. You might as well put. I don't know if Cooks is gonna play. And of course, I wouldn't pick Cooks anyways against the Jets defense, but I don't know if he's gonna play. He missed practice today. I think he's dealing with like some kind of knee. I gotta pick 2 out of that. Give me Bourne. Oh my gosh. Give me Marquise Brown and Kendrick Bourne. If I had to pick 2, that's. I wouldn't. Oh man, that's terrible to pick from. Allen Robinson, don't care. Van Jefferson, I really don't care about him either. They got the 49ers this week. They're gonna get smacked around. Give me Marquise Brown. All right, Geno, I'm gonna say most likely to sit. Might surprise you guys. Russ, sit him down. Robinson, don't care. Richardson, Van Jefferson should start probably. Obviously, depending on who else you got, really just kind of depending on who else you got. Most likely to sit. Just put him right here. Might surprise you guys. Russ, sit him down though. I am missing a couple of guys. Let me get them real quick. Let me get Purdy and Love up here. Obviously, real quick. Depending on who else you got, really. I apologize for not having Purdy and Love. And the reason why I don't really have Purdy and Love is because I am missing.
If you really have like these guys right here, you probably should be starting them, even over Purdy and Love. So
I apologize for not having Purdy.
let me get Jordan Love up here
The
real
reason why I don't really
quick.
have Purdy and Love is because
Let me get Brock Purdy. Everybody else outside of Love, outside of Brock Purdy, I really don't care about, dude. Like, I don't care about Jimmy G. I don't care about the other two rookies. You're not starting those guys. You know, like, if you don't see them up here, they're not even really worth talking about. Let's just put it that way.
outside of Love,
Okay?
outside of
So
Brock Purdy, I really don't care about, dude.
let's get Purdy up here. Let's get Love up
The other two
here.
rookies, you're not starting those guys. You know, like, if you don't see them up here, they're not even really worth talking about. Let's just put it that way.
Okay?
Okay.
So Purdy, I'm gonna say
I really don't care
should
about
start him more than
Let's get
likely.
Purdy up here. Let's get
Probably should
Love
start
up
him
here.
potentially, depending on who else you got.
Starting those guys.
Um, There's some people that might have like Jones and Purdy, or Jones and Fields, or Purdy and Richardson. You might have a combination of these guys. You might have a combination.
Probably should start them potentially, depending on who else.
So, there's some people that might have like Jones and let me get Love up here. And Fields, or Purdy and Richardson. You might have a combination of these guys. Love, I'm gonna say.
potentially, depending on who else.
So, I'm gonna say.
That might have like Jones and
Let me get Love up here. Probably should start. Probably should start along with Purdy here and these guys. This is also, I mean, there's, like I said, there's a good chance that you got like a couple of these guys that should start. And so if I'm picking between the two, if I'm picking in order, let's say I'm picking in order here.
probably should start along with
Fields, without a doubt, is number one.
these guys.
Number two is going to be Jones.
Like I said, there's a good chance that you got like
Number three is going to be Richardson.
start. And so if
And
I'm
this
picking
is-
between the two,
This is
if
kind
I'm
of a
picking
ranking
in
based
order,
off of like rushing
let's say I'm
upside
picking
as
in
well.
order here.
Watson's going to be
Fields without
number
a doubt,
four.
number one. These guys.
Although Watson's, I don't know. Actually, let me see here. Watson, I might actually have a little bit lower,
Richardson. And so if I'm
considering who they're playing.
This is kind of a ranking based off of like
Let me just
rushing
double check real
upside as
quick.
well. Watson's going to be
What the heck? Where's it at?
although Watson's,
I don't know. Actually, let me see here. Watson, I might actually have a little bit lower, considering who they're playing.
This is kind of a ranking based off of like
Let me just
rushing
double check
upside
real
as
quick.
well. Watson's going to be
What the heck? Where's it at?
although Watson's,
I don't know. Actually, let me see here. Watson.
let's put Purdy up here.
Watson would be my next.
Ranking based off of like
Let me just double check real quick.
Watson's going to be
And then Love would be my last guy here in the should start category. And this is kind of how I would rank them. Fields,
Purdy up here.
Jones, Richardson,
be my
Purdy.
next.
Purdy and Richardson are close. Richardson's got the rushing upside, though, is the thing about it. And then
Love would be my last guy here.
Watson, Love here at the bottom.
And this is kind of how I
So
would rank them.
most likely to sit. I'm kind of if I had to rank these guys, let's go.
Richardson, Purdy.
Let's go
Purdy and
Cousins.
Richardson are close.
Really,
Richardson's got the
Jared Goff
rushing
would be
upside,
number
though,
two.
is the thing about it.
And then number three would be
Watson,
Gino.
Love here at the bottom.
Number four is Carr.
Most likely to sit. I'm
And last
kinda-
but not
if I had to
least,
rank
it's
these
Dak.
guys, let's go Richardson.
Let's go
Purdy,
Cousins.
Richardson are close.
Let's go
Jared
Dak.
Goff would be number two.
And then Russ is over here on the island by himself.
Three
Because
would be
The problem with the Broncos is that another 39 point total.
last but not
So
least,
under 40, they play really slow. He could be missing Judy again this week. They're going to run the ball a lot.
Russ is over here
Look,
on the island.
the Broncos are one of the slowest paced offenses. I think after last week, they're going to be one of the slower paced offenses throughout the whole year. And I don't really think they're very efficient on top of that. We've seen that last week. I mean, they lost to the freaking Raiders. And the Raiders suck.
The Broncos are one
So,
of the slowest paced offenses.
Yeah, Russ is kind of really. I almost really feel like I shouldn't even be talking about Russ. Like Russ should be on a lot of people's waiver wire.
on top of that.
So
We've seen that last week. I mean, they lost to the freaking Raiders.
Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, all those other guys that you Ritter, all the
Russ is kind of
they're basically in this category with Russ. Let's just put it that way for this week. All right, so those are your quarterback, start them, sit them, guys you have to start, guys you probably should start. Like I said, we've got a couple of these guys from top to bottom. So Fields, Jones, Richardson, Purdy, Watson, Love. That's how I would kind of rank them for this week, based off their matchups, based off of you know, point totals and stuff like that. And then the same thing with your most likely quarterbacks that you're going to sit this week, and sit them down, which would be Russ and everybody else basically. So let's move on to running backs. We got a lot of guys to go over here. Holy cow! All right, running backs. Let's just get all the easy ones out of the way. So McCaffrey, you got to start him. Eckler, you got to start him. I'm gonna have to make these guys probably a little bit smaller here. You got to start them. Two running backs. We got a lot of guys. All right, running backs. Let's just get all the easy ones out of the way. Mixon, McCaffrey, you got to start them. Eckler, you own these guys. You have to start them. I'm gonna have to make these guys. Where's Pollard at? Let me get Pollard. Get out of the way. Give me Pollard. Pollard, you got to start them. All right, running backs. Let's just get all the easy ones out of the way. Mixon, you got to start here. Eckler. Who else are we looking for here? Who are we looking for? I would say, yeah, Bijan. Where's Bijan at? Bijan, you got to start him. Pollard, you got to start him. These are guys you have to start if you own them. You got to start here. I didn't want to have all the good guys up here because they're kind of like a waste of time. Everybody kind of knows all this stuff. Jacobs, once again, you have to start him if you own him. You have to. I don't really like his matchup this week. You got Buffalo. And they're also on the road. A lot of people are going to be picking Buffalo for their everybody kind of knows all this stuff. Their survivor picks, you know, this week. Buffalo's going to be probably like the Ravens last week. They're going to be the highest owned. I don't really like his matchup. They have a 9-point. I think they're a 9-point favorite. So they're also on the road. A lot of people are going to be. They're going to be. I'm going to throw Walker in the should start. I know he had a little bit of an off game. He kind of got, I mean, he was pretty efficient on his carries. He kind of got game scripted out, which is unfortunate for us. But, you know, because I own him as well. But you should start Walker, either as running back 2 or at the flex. He kind of got, I mean, he was pretty efficient. I would say this week. He's got the Lions. The Lions have been a little bit better against the run. I just feel like this game's going to be a little bit closer than last week. I'm hoping, obviously. It's going to be tough because it didn't look like Seattle could stop the Rams from running the ball. And if that's the case, they're going to struggle in this game as well. And they get Gibbs and Montgomery to deal with. I just feel like this game's going to be a little bit closer. Really, they have one of the best offensive lines in the game. Obviously, it's going to be tough because I'm going to say, so let's go Swift. So Gainwell's not going to play. He's already ruled out for tomorrow. And they get Gibbs. He's already ruled out for tomorrow. Really, they have one of the best offensive lines. I feel like the music's a little loud. Is the music loud for you guys? I feel like it's loud. I'm going to say, so let's go Swift. So let me lower the music a little bit. Let's go like right there. All right, so Swift is probably going to get some work tomorrow night. I'm not going to say you can't start him. I really want to kind of put him like right here in the middle. But I'm just going to say most likely to sit depending on who you got on your roster. There's going to be some, like if you have like a couple of these guys and you can only start 2 running backs because maybe you have good receivers, or maybe you can only start 2 running backs because you don't have any flex spots or something like that, you're going to sit this guy. More than likely. This is going to be his opportunity to kind of try to win the #1 role for the Eagles. You know, with Gainwell missing, I don't think Penny's going to be much of a factor. Swift's going to play a lot of the snaps, I feel like. The problem is I think Hurts is going to use his legs a ton. I think the receivers are going to have a field day against the Vikings secondary. There is a chance that Swift could catch a few passes, even catch a touchdown. But it just depends on who you got, man. If you have a bad running back room and you don't really have a clear-cut #2 running back on your fantasy roster, I would start him. I would say you should start him. But if you don't, you probably most likely are going to sit him. Brian Robinson, I'm going to say you're going to most likely sit him. This one's pretty clear-cut to me. He's got a really bad matchup against Denver, who has a decent defense. They play slow.
The total is low. You could potentially start him as a running back 2 or a flex, but I just feel like there's better options out there, man. I feel like there's better options, and so he's more likely going to sit for you, in my opinion. If you're really, really light at running back, he will probably start for you, but I would hope that you have like 2 other decent running backs on your team, considering where he was drafted. And so I would say most likely you're going to sit him. Gibson is also, we're not even going to say most likely sit. We're going to say sit him down, sit him down. All right, Gibbs. Let's go Gibbs and Montgomery. Gibbs and Montgomery, I'm going to say, are in the should start category here. I got to make these guys smaller. We got to make them smaller because we got so many freaking guys here. Gibbs, let's go Gibbs and Montgomery. So, sorry McCaffrey, sorry Eckler. I'm going to say Eckler's going to look tiny. Start category here. I got to make these guys smaller. We got to make them smaller because we got so many freaking guys here. So, sorry McCaffrey, sorry. So yeah, Montgomery and Gibbs, you're gonna start them, or you should start them more than likely. How can you not, man? They have a juicy matchup against a bad run defense. I mean, bad run defense against Seattle. And they're at home opener. They have one of the top 5 probably run and pass blocking offensive lines in the league. They're going to dominate the line of scrimmage against the Seahawks. And so you have to start really one or both. Hopefully, you know, there's... Look, if you own both of them, because maybe you have the handcuff, you know, you handcuff Gibbs to Montgomery, it's going to be tough to say who you say. I would say this, in a half PPR standard, if it's standard or half PPR, I'm starting Montgomery. If it's full PPR, I'm going to take a chance. You know, I would take a chance with Gibbs. He's going to see more work. He probably sees a couple more catches. There's a chance he sees a touchdown, I think, as well. This could be the week that he gets his first touchdown. I really think you're going to see a big game out of both of them, though. I would not mind starting both of them if, say you had these two and you had like Robinson on your team, and then you had like a Bijan or somebody like that on your team, or an Eckler or McCaffrey. Let's say you took Eckler or McCaffrey in round 1, you ended up getting Gibbs around round 3, you got Robinson and Montgomery later on in your draft. There's a chance you could start both the Lions guys and, like, you know, your first round running back. You're gonna have to put one at the flex though. So Khalil Herbert, I'm gonna say sit him down. I'm gonna sit Herbert after this past week. They got the Buccaneers, low scoring. It's gonna be a low scoring game, probably 41 total on the road. I think you're probably gonna see a little bit more rushing out of Fields in this game than you will from any of the running backs I think that Chicago has. You know, Miami wasn't, or I wouldn't say Miami, not Miami. Minnesota wasn't really very effective in the run game. Of course, they kind of throw the ball a ton. I would say I'm sitting him, man. With the low point total, I'm sitting. You should have two other options on your team. If you don't have 2 better options than Khalil Herbert on your team, you made a mistake. So he was always going to be somebody's running back 3 or 4 in pretty much every single draft this year. So if he ends up being your running back 2 on your team, you made a mistake. You took too many receivers or something. So if you should have 2 better options than this guy. And so if that's the case, I'm sitting him down. I'm sitting him down this week, man, until we see something that's kind of proven like, okay, we can start this guy week to week. Tyler Algier, I'm gonna say, depending on your league, really, it's really just depending on your league. Make these guys a little smaller. Depending on your league, he's like right in the middle for me. He's more likely gonna sit or start. I know a lot of people just spent waiver money on him, probably. I was one person who spent waiver money on him. I'm gonna put him in the most likely to sit, just because I'm gonna kind of go off my scenario. I picked him up off waivers, but I have Bijan, I have Ramondre, and I have Kenneth Walker on my team. I have those 3 guys ahead of him, so I'm more than likely going to sit him. And it's in a league where I can get double points for guys who catch the ball out of the backfield. He's not really a guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. So in my case, I'm more than likely going to sit him. There is a chance you could start him, though. There's a chance you could put him right here in the should start category, depending on how decimated you are at running back. If you're a guy who owns Dobbins and you pick this guy up off the waiver wire, then you should probably start him in place of like where Dobbins was. All right, so that's kind of how I'm gonna, I'm gonna leave it at that basically. Zeke, most likely you're gonna sit Zeke. Most likely. I'm not starting him this week if I owned him. I don't own him, but against the Dolphins, he could maybe fall in the end zone. But Stevenson was a more efficient back last week. I think Stevenson's gonna get a little bit more work. He was kind of dealing with a little bit of a stomach bug going into on Sunday this past week. I think they're gonna get Stevenson involved a little bit more. Stevenson is a guy who we will go over next. I'm gonna say you should start him. He's not really a guy you have to start depending on who you have on your team. Like I said, I have Stevenson, Walker, and Bijan on my team, and I can only start 2 guys, so there's a chance that I could maybe you can convince somebody to maybe start Walker over him, like in that case. But more often than not, you're going to start this guy if you own him. So, all right, this is where it kind of gets tricky. This is Kelly. We'll just pull him aside here. Kelly, you're most likely going to sit. But if Eckler does not play, because he did miss practice today with his ankle, if he does not play, there's a chance you plug him in as your running back too. Of course, if you have Eckler on your team and you're going to be starting him in place of Eckler, you're most likely going to be missing your running back 1, because that's probably Eckler. So that means you're going to bump your running back 2 up to running back 1, and this guy would fill in as the running back 2. If you're somebody who owns him, who doesn't own Eckler, but you picked him up off the waiver wire, and then let's say Eckler does not play, I think I would still start him, to be honest. Depending who the other 2 options are, or maybe you keep your 2 options and then you start him at the flex. I'd have to see, I'd have to know what your receivers are, because more than likely you're going to be debating to start him or a different receiver that's in your, that's on your roster at the flex spot. So I would have to know, I would say, make a judgment call. And if you have any questions about that scenario, like let's say it pops up on Saturday or Sunday and we find out Eckler's not playing and you have Kelly on your bench, I would want to kind of know who all you have at the receiver spot to put in at the flex, and that's kind of how I would go after that issue, and see who I'm going to start. So I would want to kind of know who. All right, who's this? This is Cook. Cook, sit him down. They got the Cowboys this week. Wasn't very efficient on Monday night. They're coming off of a short week on top of that as well. Brees is going to get, I think, a little bit more involved. He's going to have to. And they got a good defense that they're going up against. I don't see really any way to get there on Dalvin Cook. I know he's in the Vikings uniform, but we don't have the picture of him in the Jets uniform yet, I don't think. So, Cook, sit him down. I wouldn't even think about it, really. I wouldn't even put him in the most likely to sit category. I would say you're not starting him. I would not start him this week. Brees, I'm a Brees Hall owner, and this is rough for me to say. And I know there's some people out there that are probably taking chances on this, but I'm going to say you're most likely going to sit him. You will most likely, though, start him if you don't have a deep running back room. So I'll give you guys an example here. Here's my team right here. This is my team. I have Mixon, Walker, Chubb in at the flex since he plays on Monday night. And then I have Hall, and I picked up Spears too. So I have these 5 running backs. So Hall is technically my running back 4 right now. He is probably going to move into the lineup at some point. This week is just not the week, man. We play against the Cowboys. They're on a short week. They just lost their freaking quarterback. I think that they might I think that they might, you know, use him a little bit here and there, but I'm not going to start Breece Hall whenever I got Mixon, Walker, and Chubb on my roster. I think that they might, all right, so, you know, use him a little bit here and there, but... Oh, you said there's an echo? Oh, yeah, you're right, there is an echo. I apologize about that. Sorry about the echo. Hopefully we got that cut out. All right. I apologize for the echo, bro. James Cook, you should start him. Should start him. If you're not starting James Cook, then you would have to have a really deep running back room. Okay? So depends on who you got at running back, bro. If you got a good running back room, Cook could sit, but they got a really juicy matchup against the Raiders this week. They're 9-point favorites, I believe. Like I said, Buffalo is going to be the team that a lot of people pick for their Survivor League or the Eliminator League or whatever you call it. You know, some people call it different stuff. But Cook was kind of efficient on Monday night. He didn't look too bad. He caught a few balls. I think he ran the ball 12 times for a little under 50 yards. There was a chance he almost caught a ball in the end zone for the for a touchdown. I think he scores a touchdown or two in this game. So I'm going to say James Cook, you should start him. I don't really own him in any of my leagues, but I would start him if I owned him. And as long as I don't have like two of these guys and they got to start, you know, or if I don't have, like if I have a Stevenson, a Walker, or let's say I had Stevenson and like Pollard on my team, and then Cook was my third running back, there's a chance you probably throw him in at the flex, if I'm being honest. But I feel like you would have to start like all three running backs if that was like kind of your lineup, you know. Pacheco, I'm going to say you're most likely going to sit Pacheco. There's going to be some people out there who are starting him because they kind of have no choice. If he's like your running back 2 and your running back room's not deep, but I'm not starting him if he's on my team. You should have two more running backs. You should have two more running backs other than Pacheco. So this week, I'm not starting them, dude. I feel like they're going to lean on a lot of Mahomes, especially if Kelsey's back, which I think Kelsey will be back. It's going to be a little bit of a high-scoring game. There's a chance he falls in the end zone, but I don't know, man. I'm not super high on Pacheco this year, man. And I'm a Chiefs fan, so that should just tell you guys everything you need to know. Porter's asking Joe Burrow or Tua. Joe Burrow or Tua. I'm taking Burrow, dude. It's close, though. It's really, you can't really go wrong with either guy. The Patriots defense is much, much better than the Chargers, though. And trust me, Bill Belichick is going to... They have more film on Tua. They see Tua twice a year. So they kind of know Tua more so than the Chargers do. The Chargers suck on defense anyways. They've always sucked on defense. I mean, Tyreek was doing whatever he wanted. And so was Waddle. And really so was Craycraft and the other guys. That's not going to be the case this week. Expect the Dolphins to come a little bit back down to earth this week. I think Burrow plays pretty good against the Ravens historically. He kind of has the Ravens number as far as I can tell. He's had some good games in the past against the Ravens. Home opener, revenge game as far as, or I wouldn't say revenge, more like a venge game from last week. Give me Burrow this week. Burrow's going to bounce back big time this week. They have clear skies, I'm pretty sure, for the game on Sunday. And like I said, Tua is going to come back down to earth. Belichick is going to... He's going to focus the defense on stopping the pass, you know, the passing of Tua, Tyreek Hill, and Waddle. So, does Jalen Waddle start? I'm going to get to the receivers here in a minute, man. I'm going to get to the receivers. Let me get through all the running backs. I don't even know why Kamara's in here. Kamara, obviously, you're sitting him. He's suspended still. Najee. It's going to shock a lot of people, but I'm going to say likely, most likely, you're going to sit this guy. Most likely. It's not a good matchup. It's not a good matchup against a pretty good defense in the Browns, for one. And I got to see something, dude. I got to see something from Najee. I know I was kind of high on Najee before the season started, but after that game against, you know, really just all the Pittsburgh Steelers players in fantasy, I got to see something first, man. I got to see something. Hopefully you got like, you should have maybe another running back in front of Najee. Najee was like a 3rd or 4th round pick, you know, roughly. He just looked like he was moving in mud. He looked like he was moving in slow motion once again. Like I thought he dropped some weight going into this year. I thought he was going to have a little bit more explosiveness, but I don't know. I could be wrong about that, man. I could have missed on that one. So I'm hoping you got at least like a Chubb in front of him. Speaking of Chubb, where's Chubb at? I don't even have Chubb on here. What am I doing? Let me get Nick Chubb on here. I think I have Chubb in my inventory here. Chubb is the guy you're gonna have to start, obviously. Let me see where Chubb is. Let me get Chubb on here real quick. I don't even know if I have Chubb in my inventory. It doesn't look like it. Let me get Chubb real quick, guys. I mean, I shouldn't have to tell you guys, but if you own Nick Chubb, start him, obviously. Shouldn't have to tell you guys that. It's a no-brainer, but let's get him up here. Nick Chubb is all, you know, he's also going to be a guy that you have to start, obviously. Boom. There he is. Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is a guy that you also have to start if he's healthy. We got to wait and see if he's healthy, okay? I know he missed practice today. A little bit concerning if you're an Aaron Jones owner. Luckily, I am not. So, if you own him, you got to start him. You got to start him. If not, I would say Dylan right here is kind of a little bit interesting, you know, if you own both of them. So I would bump Dylan up to like maybe should start. I'm gonna say you're obviously gonna most likely sit Dylan. Let's just be realistic here. But if this hamstring, you know, sits out, you know, if it makes Jones have to sit because of the hamstring, he's a guy that you could start this week. So let's see, I need some picks, some good picks for week 2. Picks for what? Like picking teams or picking players? Hey Wayne, I've seen reports that Eckler might have a high ankle sprain. IR is a big possibility. That would suck. That's the thing. I don't know. Let me check here. I really don't. I haven't looked at the news. All I know is that he missed practice. I don't know what the severity of the ankle injury is. Let's see if it's on here. I haven't seen like any reports about the severity of his ankle sprain for some reason. All I know is that I do know he came back into the game in the 4th quarter and he ran the ball, I think, once or twice, if I'm correct. I'm pretty sure I was watching Red Zone because I watched Red Zone for the most part. I seen him come back in the 4th quarter and run the ball like once or twice. And then I think Kelly kind of had come in after that and kind of finished the game pretty much. Of course, really by then, you know, the Dolphins had the ball and they were running the clock out. Eckler, ankle, personal, not practicing Wednesday. So he was out for ankle and a personal reason, did not practice Wednesday. It doesn't give us the severity is the problem. Maybe let me check Draft Sharks and see if they have the severity of the ankle on there. Maybe they know. I doubt it though. Austin Eckler. Let me check real quick here. See what Draft Shark says. They're usually on top of this stuff. Here it is. They don't even have it on here, dude. Don't even have it on here. I mean, as you guys can see here, Eckler, this is his injury history right here. Very high risk this year. He's obviously already dealing with an ankle. They don't have it on here. This was the last one. So this was an ankle sprain, grade 1. This was about 2 years ago. Pedal ankle bruise. That was the same year in 2021. So he's had it right here. If you guys see, he's had an ankle sprain before. This was a couple years back. So I wonder if it's on this right side. I believe this is the right side of his leg, even though it shows the left. Maybe it is the left side. I don't know. I wonder if it's the same, you know, the same part of his body, the same side. All right, dude, you want picks? You want picks for games? Are you talking about spreads, or are you talking about just like pick 'em? If you're talking pick 'em, take the Eagles. I would say take the Chiefs, especially if Kelsey plays. If Kelsey doesn't play, take the Jaguars. If Kelsey plays, take the Chiefs. The Chiefs are going to bounce back this week. Take the Falcons if Aaron Jones does not play. If Aaron Jones plays, give me the Packers. Ricky, you're asking me, would I trade Jacobs for D-Hop and Gibbs or hold? If it's full PPR, I would do it. It's close though. I think Jacobs is going to miss some time this year. I think he's in for another bad game this week against the Bills defense. The Bills are not going to let him run wild like they let Brees do on Monday night, I don't think. And really, they have a pretty good defense. You guys can see it right here. They're 9-point favorites. It is a 47-point total. I don't see Jacobs having he's going to have a mediocre week, I think, again this week, just like he did last week. I think Gibbs is going to be good in the long run. He's going to see a little bit of an uptick. I'm not huge on D-Hop. D-Hop's a little, there's better options out there. But I think I would do it. I would definitely do it in Dynasty. I would take it and run for the hills in Dynasty. Even if it was like keeper, I think I would do it as well. If it was a keeper league, I would do it as well, because Gibbs could be that keeper for you. I'm a little bit higher on Gibbs as far as the season progresses than I am Jacobs. And you're getting D-Hop too, who I think he's got better weeks ahead of him, so I would do it. You're gonna regret it if Jacobs ends up like going down like week 5 or 6, and there's a possibility Jacobs goes down this year. I mean, he had the most touches of any running back last year, almost 400 total touches. Guys that have 400 total touches or close to that the year prior, they don't survive. So I would do it. Randy says, is the same side. You can see the link I'm posting. It is, I should be able to see the link if you post the link. Ricky, I'd do that in a heartbeat. Yeah, I would do it too. I would definitely do it if it was Dynasty and keeper. Like, I wouldn't even have to think about it. Really, I wouldn't have to think about it really either if it was a normal league, just because I'm not as high on Jacobs. Should I trade Puka and Kelly for Godwin and McKinnon half PPR? No. Because Kelly could be a league winner, and Puka could be as well if Kupp misses more time. Kupp's gonna have to miss more time, obviously. Kelly could be a league winner though. I don't really care about Godwin, and I really don't care about McKinnon. Really don't care. Like McKinnon is just like, no, I don't care about McKinnon. Godwin's okay, but I don't know, man. He could have a bad. I don't think Godwin's ever going to be the same receiver that he was before the ACL injury. We'd appreciate, man. Love Jacobs, but I got to make business decisions. What are your thoughts on Anthony Richardson injury as well. Richardson's fine as far as I know. He practiced today. He's fine. I wouldn't worry about it. I think it was just like a little like knee bruise or something, or like a knee-to-knee contact or something, some kind of contact to his knee. His knee's fine. He didn't tear anything. I think it's just like a little knee bruise. It's nothing like serious. They said he practiced today. He's gonna play this Sunday. I wouldn't worry about it. He's got a pretty good matchup too against the bad Houston Texans. So, all right, back to picks. Like I said, Eagles, Chiefs if Kelsey plays, Packers if Jones plays. If he doesn't, give me the Falcons, obviously. So this is something we're gonna have to look at before Sunday once we have more information. Bills all day. That's like the easiest one. Give me the Bengals. They're gonna bounce back. Give me the Lions at home. The Seahawks are just terrible. They're terrible. They're not going to be able to stop the run. They're not going to be able to stop Montgomery and Gibbs just eating them alive on Sunday. Give me the Chargers. They're going to beat the Titans. Titans suck. I think the Chargers bounce back a little bit here. Give me the Bears right here. Give me the Bears. I think the Bears win this game. It's going to surprise a lot of people, but I think the Bears win. People are going to overreact to the Bucs a little bit and how good Baker Mayfield played. And obviously, you know what I mean? This is one of those trap games. This is like, where, oh my God, Baker maybe not too bad, plus they're at home and the Bears just look atrocious. The Bears are going to bounce back here. They're going to win this game. Colts, Texans, give me the Colts. Give me the Colts. I think Richardson beats this team. It's going to be a close game. These guys tied last year, I think, in one of the games. Can you see that link? Did you put it in this chat right here? Did you put it in the YouTube chat? If you put it in the YouTube chat, I don't think I can see it. I don't know. Maybe there's like something turned on that like it doesn't allow you to send links. Yeah, give me the Colts here. Give me the Rams. This is, or not the Rams. Give me the 49ers. 49ers, that's another easy pick. Give me the Giants. Giants are going to bounce back. Dable is probably going to have this team so fired up that they might actually blow this team out. They're 5.5 point favorite. You don't see a lot of 5.5 point favorites on the road the next week after they got 40-0. You don't see that very often. I'm telling you right now, the Giants, really one of the best value picks in Survivor this week will be the Giants. Like I said, I'm going to put the Survivor picks out tomorrow. This is going to be one of the best value picks. I know my value pick last week with the Seahawks lost, but I think I really feel much better about the Giants this week. Good value pick. Dable's going to have this team fired up and ready to go after getting embarrassed on Sunday Night Football. A lot of people, though, in your leagues are going to be picking the Niners and the Bills because they're like the easy ones. You got 9-point favorite at home, the Bills. You got a 8-point favorite on the road against the Rams with one of the best teams in the league in the Niners. So if you're looking for a good value pick, the Giants are probably one of the better value picks in Survivor this week. Give me the Cowboys. They're 9-point favorites. The Jets stole one on Monday Night Football. They're not stealing this one. They got 2 Pro Bowl corners, Pro Bowlers all over the defensive line. Zach Wilson's going to... You guys think Zach Wilson was running for his life on Monday Night Football? You just wait until Sunday afternoon here. Guy's going to have Parsons in his face like every 2 seconds. Because that offensive line cannot block. My guess is the Jets are going to try to establish the run. They're going to try to run the ball and get the ball like in, short passes to Brees, short passes to Garrett Wilson as much as they can, screen passes, stuff like that, because they're not going to be able to push the ball down the field at all. Because the line can't hold up, and they have 2 Pro Bowlers at corner. So this one could probably get ugly, if I'm being honest. Like, you might see the Jets score like 6 points, maybe 7 or 10. Maybe they get to 10 points, I would say. This is going to be bad for the Jets. They got a rude awakening coming. Give me the Broncos. I think the Broncos bounce back here against the Commanders. They're at home. Peyton's not going to be happy with how bad they played. Give me the Broncos. I don't know if they cover, but they're going to win the game. Give me... Let's see, Miami's 3-point favorites on the road. Give me the Patriots right here. This is going to shock some people. Give me the Patriots. Give me the Patriots to win. Pull off the upset. Once again, you're not going to expect it, right? based off how the Dolphins play. Listen, the Patriots have a much better defense. They see the Dolphins twice a year. They know how to play this team, probably better than just about other teams do. You know what I mean? The Chargers don't. You know, the Chargers played the Dolphins last year, but they don't play them two times a year. They're not division rivals. The Patriots, Belichick is a much better coach with a much better defense than the Chargers, and so this is gonna be closer than people think. And I do think the Patriots somehow, some way, like pull off like a 1 or a 2 point victory here, and they bounce back off of that really kind of a heartbreaking loss to the Eagles. They should have won that game. So I think the defense comes up big here, wins this game on Sunday Night Football. Monday night, give me the Saints. I think the Saints are one of the better survivor picks. I don't know why. I have no idea why the spread's not bigger. The Panthers are going to suck this year. They're terrible on offense. They lost I think they've already got 2 of their guards down. Both of their guards are down, I think, on the offensive line. This defense is going to wreak havoc all over the place on the Panthers. And then the other Monday night game, give me... Give me the Browns, dude. It's close, though. I could see the Steelers winning this game. This is like one game I would just stay away from. Betting-wise and survivor-wise, I would just stay away from this game. Because the Steelers should bounce back here. They're at home again. You know Mike Tomlin's going to have this team going after last week. Just like the Giants. They kind of got embarrassed at home. So I would stay away from this game. Give me the Browns if I had to pick. I feel more confident about the other picks. You know what? While I'm doing this, I might as well do my pick 'em. Let's do our pick 'em. We got 88% last week. We went 10-5. We missed the Chiefs game because I didn't put it in time. So let's go. Let's do our picks here. So Eagles. Give me the Packers, man. It's so close. We'll see. I might change that pick if Jones doesn't play. Give me them. Give me them. Give me them. Give me the Chargers. Give me the Bears, Chiefs, Colts, Niners. There's a lot of roads. A lot of road teams here. Home. Give me them and give me... God, did we take the Steelers? I know I just said the Browns, but give me the Browns. Maybe Chubb gets going here. All right, now we got to rank them. So, all right, this is pretty easy. Let's do this. So let's go. The one I feel the best about is... It's not even the Bills. It's going to be... Where's it at? Where are the Niners at? Oh, here they are, right here. Let's put the Niners at 16 spot. Let's put... the Giants at the 15 spot. I know people are going to think that's crazy, but I'm telling you right now, there's no way the Cardinals are winning that game. No way. Zero chance. Give me the Cowboys at 14. I don't think the Jets really have a chance either. Give me the Bills. Where are the Bills at? Give me the Bills at 13. Let me look at your guys's... Can you see the link? Do you have any other socials I can send you the link on? Send it to... Just send it to my Twitter, man. My Twitter is at WayneSolo5. At WayneSolo5. All together. Send it to my Twitter. I'll pull it up on Twitter here. I actually have 2 like Twitter, so let me... Yeah, it's at WayneSolo5, I believe. Send it to that, man. AR-15 might not play, and Bryce Young is going to win. He's going. Bryce Young ain't winning that game, bro. He's You think he struggled last week against Atlanta? Wait till he plays that defense, dude. Wait till he plays the Saints defense. Saints defense is way better than the Falcons defense. And he's missing 2 guards on the line. He doesn't have the greatest receivers to throw to, and they're playing against a pretty good secondary. The Panthers are not winning this game. They're not. The Panthers are going to be a bottom of the barrel team this year. Once again, they're going to have a top 5 pick again, I think. They probably won't have number 1 pick, but they're going to have like top 5. Hopefully they tank enough to where they can get like Marvin Harrison for him at wide receiver in the first round. All right, let's go Chiefs, I think, next. We might move the Chiefs down. So let's go Chiefs 11. Let's go Bengals 10. I'm kind of toying around here. I might move this. Let's go Chargers at 9. Let's go Broncos 8. Let's move the Broncos down 1 here. Let's go. The ones I'm really not sure about, obviously, are the Steelers. So let's move the Steelers here. I forgot about the Thursday night game. Let's move the Eagles. Move the Eagles in front of New England. Put a reply under. Okay. You put a reply under my most recent one. Okay. I'm on the wrong thing here. I haven't been on Twitter in a minute, guys. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I keep forgetting it's called X. It's right here. What am I doing? I was like, I couldn't find my Twitter. I thought I had it saved. I thought I had it bookmarked, but I guess I didn't. All right, give me a second. Hold on a second. Let me finish this up real quick. So Patriots 6. I think I should move the Patriots down. Let's put the Colts. Let's put the Colts ahead of the Patriots. Colts ahead of the Patriots. Give me the Lions. Actually, give me the Lions ahead of the Patriots. So Lions right here. Give me the Lions ahead of the Colts too, actually. Broncos, Lions, Eagles, Colts, Patriots. Yeah, Bears, Packers, Browns. That's the order I'm going in from. So 16 points if the Niners win. So that's kind of how it is. You're kind of ranking them, and so like if I miss the Browns pick and say the Steelers win, I only lose like a point. So I got 87 points last week. So the most points you can get in a week. I don't even know what the most points you can get in a week. What is it here? Get my freaking calculator out. Holy cow. See, the most points you can get is 16 plus 15 plus 14. Oh god, we didn't do very good. We didn't do very good last week then, did we? Let's just look to see. I think I can see how I did here. Cancel, save picks. I was good at week 1. Let's see how bad we did here. Oh yeah, the Vikings and the Seahawks killed me last week. So we hit Ravens, we hit Eagles, we hit the Jags, Commanders, missed on the Chargers. Oh well. We did hit the Falcons and the Saints, the Cowboys, missed on the Bills, missed on the Steelers, hit the Packers, hit the Browns, hit the Raiders, and then I probably would have picked the Lions if I'm being quite honest. The reason why I didn't pick this game was because it had already. I think I did this on like Friday, so I did this after the game was over. So we missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We only missed 5 picks, but we missed out on 11, 27. That's 38. We missed out on 48 points. Technically 49 if you consider the Chiefs game. It's kind of a lot. So 49 and 87 is 136. So there's 136 points per week. That's kind of a lot, I feel like. All right, let's get back. What game mode is it? This is like, what's this called? It's like where you got to rank them, or you know, you basically rank them. I forget what it's called. It's like, God, what's it freaking called? Confidence. I think it's called confidence. So it's like, how confident are you in your picks? So it's pick'em confidence, basically, is what it's called, I think. So you said you put a reply under my most recent post. Are you sure? Are you sure? I don't see anything. I don't see a reply. Let me see if I can pull it up on my phone real quick, man. Aside from like YouTube, I don't really, I mean, I don't really use Twitter, but I do like look at stuff on Twitter. If that makes any sense. All right, you didn't put a reply on that one. Can you join my what? My little pick'em thing? Well, this is like on ESPN, man. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like in a random group. I'm not really, it's just for fun. I'm not really playing for, you know, against anybody, I don't think, other than the people that are in the same group as me, which I think are like, I think it's like a Chiefs group or whatever on ESPN League. So you posted a TikTok video on Twitter. Okay, yeah, you're probably looking at the golf one, right? I don't see your reply on there. That's the thing. I don't know why I don't see it on there. All right, let's get back to the running. Let's finish off the running backs here. Dameon Pierce. I'm gonna say you should start him. This is gonna be, a lot of people are gonna disagree with this. He's got a better matchup, and I think he falls in the end zone. He usually does pretty decent against the Colts, I believe. The Colts are a much better matchup than what the Ravens were last week. The Ravens they just weren't a good matchup at all. So Pierce, I would start him if you got maybe a couple other options, so I could see you maybe sitting him on your bench this week. But if he's like your clear-cut number 2, let's say he is your number 2, you got to start him this week. You just got to have a short-term memory about last week. Mostert. I'm going to say you're going to most likely sit him, okay? I think he's actually, I don't think he's injured. I think they sat him out of practice for like just limiting him because he's older. He's not gonna, he's not one of those guys who practices as much anymore because of how old he is. And they are a little bit thin at running back right now with Jeff Wilson being on the IR. I think they were just resting him. That's why he missed practice today, if I'm correct. You're most likely gonna sit him though. I think it's a tough matchup. Patriots do have a pretty good run defense. They were able to keep Hurts in the pocket pretty well, and he's a running quarterback. Obviously, the Eagles' backfield isn't the greatest, and so, they weren't going to run for a ton, but there's a chance that you have, I would guess you would have drafted 3 running backs before you drafted this guy. So, and if like 2 of those running backs are like a Cook and a Chubb and a Walker or whatever, I'm starting those 2 guys over Mostert. So that's what I'm gonna say. You're most likely gonna sit him. Rachaad White. He's like right in the middle almost between most likely you're gonna sit him or maybe you should start him. It depends on who else is on your roster. Okay. If he is kind of your number 2 guy, then you probably ought to start him. Okay, I'm just gonna put him right here because you probably should start him if you put the draft value in him to be your number 2. Okay, so but if you have 2 other options, I would say you could probably sit him down as well. So let's just leave it at that with White. White's not a guy I'm like rushing to the window to start, okay? But if you drafted him fairly high, you need to more than likely start him. Pirine and Javonte. I'm gonna put both of these guys in the most likely you're gonna sit them down. Most likely you're gonna sit them down. So it's a tough matchup this week. The defense for the Commanders isn't bad. Connor didn't really do too much. They're splitting carries and they're on a slow-paced offense. It's not going to score much. So no. Both of these guys, I'm going to say most likely to sit this week. George, Tua, or Justin Fields? Probably Tua, but if you get like bonus points for rushing quarterbacks or something like that, then Fields, obviously. Tua is a guy though I have in the gotta start here. You kind of got to start him if you own him after last week. I do think he comes a little bit back down to earth. Fields could maybe improve a little bit. I like both guys. If I own both of them though, I'm probably going to start Tua, man, just because his receivers are better, and I believe he's playing in a higher point total game. I believe the point total is higher in that game than it is for the Bears game. The Bears total is 41. And plus Tampa Bay is the favorite, so I do think the Bears will win that game though. Point total is 46.5 for the Patriots game. Miami's the favorite, so give me Tua. It's close though. Give me Tua though. Miles Sanders. Whoa. Sit him down. Sit him down if you own him. I'm not playing him if I owned him. I mean, I don't own him because I never liked him to begin with, but sitting him down. I really should say most likely to sit, but I just, against that defense this week, Chuba's getting some time as well. There could be a game where they abandon the run a little bit just because they're going to be behind. Cam Akers, more than likely you sit him down. More than likely you sit him down. With Kyron Williams doing what he did last week, they're playing the Niners. They're playing the Niners this week. Tough matchup, good defense. I'm going to say you most likely sit him down. Derrick Henry. Gotta start him. You gotta start him. You spent too much draft value on him to not play him. I know people are a little bit concerned about him. I was kind of concerned about... I really wasn't concerned about Tajay Spears. Tajay Spears did play a little bit. I think he out-snapped Henry, from what I heard. That's obviously concerning if you're a Henry owner. Luckily, I'm not, so I'm kind of off the ship, dude. I was off the ship with Henry last year. I was definitely not going to jump back on the ship this year with Derrick Henry, just because of how old he is and really how bad the team that he's playing for is this year. They're not going to be good this year, so I kind of was already off the boat when it came to Derrick Henry. So these are the guys you got to start. These are the ones you got to should start. Guys you're going to most likely sit, and guys that you're going to sit. Obviously Kamara, he's suspended, so kind of just, I don't even know why I have him up here really. You're not going to start a guy who's not playing, obviously. All right, let's do tight ends real quick, because tight ends are pretty easy. There's not as many of them, just like quarterbacks. All right, let's go. Try to get our good guys out of. All right, so Goddard, I'm going to say you should start him. Should start him. Travis Kelce, you got to start if he plays, which I believe he's going to play this week. Kittle is a guy that you got to start. Spent too much draft capital on him not to start him. I know he didn't really have the greatest week last week, but it is what it is. Waller, if you own him, you have to start him. Have to. You spent too much draft capital on him not to. Is Zeke being handcuffed to Stevenson worth it? I'm going to say no. because I own Stevenson in one of my leagues and I don't have Zeke. I'm not even worried about not owning Zeke in that league, especially. So I would say no. Look, man, Zeke was very, very inefficient last year, so he's got really no juice left in the tank, and so no, I'm not worried about Zeke at all. Zeke's old. He has no tread on the tire left. He has no juice. He did play a little bit more than I was hoping that he would play. He was a little bit more involved than I was hoping he would be. But I think Stevenson's going to be more involved. Stevenson's way more efficient. He's going to outplay Zeke, and therefore he's going to earn time. Barring any injuries, obviously, you know, that's why you would handcuff Zeke to begin with, is the injury. The problem is I think Zeke's going to go down before Stevenson does. So you sent me the Eckler info on Facebook. I was going to say Facebook would have been the other place you could probably probably be the best place to reach me. Where did you put it at on Facebook? My auction video post is like the most recent post on Facebook. I don't see a comment underneath there. Let me know where you put it on Facebook, dude. Like, where did you send it to? I don't see anything on that post. I don't see anything on that post either. All right, let's move on here. Hayden Hurst. I'm going to say you should start him depending on who you got, really. You should start him depending on your tight end situation. If you have like some of these guys that I'm going to put in the gotta start column, then no, you're not going to start Hayden Hurst. But if you're light at tight end and you've got like thrift store tight ends, then he's going to be a guy you should probably start this week. He's got a chance to fall in the end zone. Let's go Hawkinson. You got to start tomorrow night. You probably just spent too much draft value on him to not start him. You know what I mean? I know it's a tough matchup. I know they're not favored to win. Thursday night games are usually not good games to have guys starting, but I think he's going to be okay. He's a good play. If you know, as long as he can get you about 6-7 points, it's decent. You know, full PPR, you're probably hoping for about 9 or 10. But I'm going to say Ingram probably should start. I feel bad for people that drafted Ingram. I don't think he was worth the value that he was going at. I didn't draft a ton of them in best ball. I definitely didn't get them in any of my like main leagues. I think there's just more discounted tight ends that you could have got, but you probably should start them since you probably spent you know, a 7th or 8th round pick on them. So Okonkwo, let's get Okonkwo out of the way. Most likely you're going to sit him. There's a chance though you could start him. You take it a gamble. You're more than likely going to want to see what he can do before you actually start putting him in your lineup. Kyle Pitts, most likely you're going to sit him. This guy, I would not be start. I wouldn't have drafted. This guy is one of the worst tight end draft picks you could have taken this year again. I think we're going to see a repeat of last year. They just don't get him involved. He's running, he gets open, the quarterback doesn't throw him the ball. I don't like the way they use him. This was a bad draft pick once again this year. I'm telling you guys right now, he would be the best tight end in the league if he played for my Chiefs and say Kelsey retired. But he plays for the Falcons, and it just takes the value right out of right out of this pick basically. So I would say you're gonna most likely sit him. You're probably gonna start him though if you drafted him high, which you probably did if you own him because you kind of had to. You probably took him with a 5th, 6th, maybe even a 7th round pick. So you probably should start him, but I'm not starting him, man. I'd be looking for a replacement right now. Njoku, you should start him. Once again, the value that you spent to get somebody like Njoku, I would say you have to start him. I don't even really know how he did last week, to be honest. Let me check. Like I said, I don't really even know how he did. Three targets, 2 catches for 24 yards. Not the most appealing. They were playing in the rain. Deshaun Watson didn't really play good. He played better than Burrow, but he didn't play much better. Message it to you and put it underneath your auction video. Are you sure, bro? I don't have any comments on the auction video, dude. I'm gonna refresh the page real quick. Oh, there it is. I see it now. I see it now, Randy. Let me get the headphones on. We're gonna listen to it. Pause the music. No volume. Yeah, you can tell he gets up a little gingerly. Pretty good limp. Trying to look right there. I wish they showed like the replay of like how I'm trying to. Right there, you see where he comes down right here? This is where he comes down on his ankle. So it's the right ankle. Looks like he came down on it kind of like the same way that lineman came down on Patrick Mahomes last year in that Jaguars game. So instead of rolling it like inwards, he probably rolled it the other way, kind of the way Patrick Mahomes had that lineman come down on his ankle. Let's see. Oh, they actually got another video right here, another angle of it. Yeah, so it's right here. This is the ankle right here. This is the one. So it comes, yeah, it's from the outside of the ankle, which are the worst ones. I've never actually rolled my ankle from the outside. I've always rolled it inside. Yeah, look at that. Oh my God. You can see it from that angle, dude. Multiple angles suggest right high ankle sprain. If true, average running back missed time 3 weeks. Yeah, trust me, guys. I've had a high ankle sprain. It's not fun. It's not fun. I'll show you guys my high ankle sprain, actually. Let me show you guys my high ankle sprain. Dude, I'm telling you guys, high ankle sprain is no freaking joke. No freaking joke. I'm going to show you guys my high ankle sprain that I had. I got this actually last year. So I used to work on the dock. I used to work on a freight dock. And I had rolled my ankle getting off of the forklift. And I don't know if you guys have ever been on a forklift, but a forklift kind of sits like you gotta, you gotta pull on a bar, on a step, get on a step to get up on the forklift. It's actually kind of high up off the ground a little bit. And I rolled it coming off of it. And I'll show you guys what a high ankle sprain looks like. And trust me, guys, it took me like 6 weeks to get over this high ankle sprain. I still think my ankle, and I've rolled this ankle a million times, but after I rolled it last year, and trust me, guys, I was limping around for like 6 weeks waiting for this thing to heal. I still think I have like some scar tissue from my ankle that needs to probably be like surgically removed. Let me, because I still have the picture of this. I'm gonna show you guys what a high ankle sprain looks like. It's terrible. And I'm telling you, I had a high ankle sprain. It wasn't like a low ankle sprain or anything. Like, it was bad. Let me find the photos. I did this back in like July of last year. You guys are gonna be disgusted by this. Yeah, high ankle sprain, bro. Don't play around with a high. I'm just gonna show you guys the one picture, but yeah, that other angle that they showed us in that other video doesn't look good. All right, so this is what my So I did this back in like July of last year of 2022, and I didn't get over this thing until like almost October. I'm not even bullshitting. I think this happened about middle of July. And so actually, I shouldn't say October, I should say September. So I went the rest of July and the whole month of August dealing with this high ankle sprain. I'm not even joking. This is what it looked like though. This is what it looked like. This is how this was a high ankle sprain that I had. This was my leg. I know I got white legs. You guys don't have to tell me, but look how bad that is. So trust me guys, high ankle sprain, I've had one. They are the real deal. They're nothing to play around with. I promise you. And I know these guys get, you know, these guys are probably getting better treatment than what I got, because I just sat on the couch for 6-7 weeks, you know what I mean? And yeah, I soaked it in some Epsom salt. I've soaked it and, you know, I've iced it and everything, you know. But these guys probably, like, you know, they treat their bodies way more than I did. But yeah, man, high ankle sprain. Don't want a high ankle sprain, dude. Let me see this again from this other angle here. You know what's funny is that they're not even talking about it. Draft Sharks doesn't even have the injury updated on their site. You know what I mean? It's crazy. All right, let's finish our tight end rankings here. All right, Dalton Schultz. I'm gonna say you're most likely gonna sit him this week. A lot of people are gonna most likely sit him until they see him actually perform. Yeah, I heard something about that too, Randy. I heard him going on the podcast talking about kind of hyping up Josh Kelly. I missed out on Kelly last night, guys, so I don't have Kelly. I bidded like $23 for him, and somebody in my league bidded $25, and so they also moved to Jarrett Patterson from the practice squad today. Yeah, if they're moving somebody up off of the practice squad, that should tell you Eckler's going to miss some time. So going back to the rankings then, going back to the sit 'em start 'em rankings, I say Kelly most likely to sit. If Eckler's out, you should start him. He's in this category. So if Eckler is out, you should start Kelly. We can move like Moser or somebody up here. Like, let's move him up. We'll move him up, you know, whatever. So yeah, Kelly should start. You might, you know, if you have two other running backs that are pretty good ahead of him, maybe you try to put him in your flex spot, maybe, especially if you don't have the greatest receivers, you know, something like that. But you probably should start Kelly then if Eckler ends up missing time. Eckler's over here, obviously, in the gotta start, but that's if he plays, you know. So I offered Zay Flowers for Kelly, and the guy declined, but they played the Titans, so I don't know if I would give up Zay Flowers for Kelly, though. I wouldn't do that. I would try to give him somebody else, dude. I'm not giving up Zay Flowers for Kelly. There's not unless I'm super desperate for a running back. If I have two good running backs already, I'm not doing that. I mean, I know everybody's going to jump on this Josh Kelly, and I do like Josh Kelly. I think he's a good player. And if the offensive line can block the way that they blocked last week, he's going to be good. But I'm not giving up Zay Flowers for him. No. Higbee is sit him down. They got the 49ers this week. You probably got a better tight end on your roster, I would imagine. Let's leave these guys. Let's move him over here. Let's go Hunter Henry, tight end number 1 right now in fantasy, pretty much for most leagues. I'm gonna say you should start him probably if you got him. It could depend on who else you got on your roster. You know, if you got like one of these 4 guys, it's going to be hard to start him over one of those 4 guys. I can see him getting there, though. I could see him being a top 6 tight end again this week, potentially. You know, the Miami defense is vulnerable. So, or I offered Elijah Moore. Yeah, I would give him more for Kelly straight up. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, I would definitely try to move like somebody like Moore before I move Zay Flowers. That's kind of a no-brainer, I feel like. Mark Andrews, you got to start him if he plays. If he plays, you got to start him. Nothing really else to kind of say, right? I mean, you got to start him. Freiermuth, I'm gonna say you should start him, but health pending, I would say you should start him. A little bit of a rough matchup against Cleveland on Monday night. I do still like Freiermuth. He did catch a touchdown. It was his only catch. Pickett does like to kind of throw him the ball. Now that Deontay's gone, expect maybe a little bit more volume to Freiermuth as long as he's healthy. If he's not healthy, obviously you're not gonna play him. You're gonna have to find somebody else. Gerald Everett, this one's like the easiest one. Sit him down. Sit him down. He's got, like, they got Donald Parham playing, dude. They got Donald Parham, like, split tight end room here in LA. Sit him down. Sit him down. I'm gonna say, yeah, most likely to sit here for Isaiah Likely. Obviously, if Mark Andrews plays, you know, you're gonna sit him. Really, you're gonna sit him down. Sit him all the way down at the very bottom of your bench. Cole Kmet. I'm gonna say you should start Kmet this week. I think Kmet could have a bounce back. This is depending on who else though is on your roster. If you got like maybe one of these other guys in front of him, I would say you could start him over him, but maybe one of these other guys in front of him, like above him, could be better. Like Goddard. I'm not starting him over Goddard. I'm probably not starting him over Hayden Hurst. And I'm probably not starting him over these 5 guys over here on the left and the gotta start guys. So it really just depends. I would say you should start him though, if you don't have a deep tight end room. I would say I'm probably taking Hunter Henry over him. I'm really probably taking just about all of these guys. Evan Ingram, I'm probably taking Evan Ingram over him too, to be honest, because he's just on a better offense. This is Ferguson. I'm going to say you're more likely going to sit him. We got to see, yeah, a good Jets defense. We got to see more of this Dallas offense. We obviously didn't get to see a ton of it because they blew out the Giants. I don't think he's the greatest tight end. There's plenty of other guys here. We got like 10 or so. Like, we got more than 10 guys really that I think are better than him. So I would be starting all of these guys over him in this week, especially against the Jets defense this week. Kincaid, I'm going to say you should start him. I'm not going to say you have to start him because I have like Jawan Johnson, who also I'm going to say you probably should start. I have both Jawan Johnson and Kincaid in the same league. And so I've been kind of back and forth on both of them. Johnson has a better matchup against a bad Panthers defense. And I think there's a good chance that Carr picks him apart. But I also like Kincaid's matchup against a bad Raiders defense. So I'm probably going to go with Kincaid this week, even though I have both Jawan Johnson and Kincaid. But I would say both of them, I would really probably take them over Kmet. I would take both of these guys over Cole Kmet this week. Same thing with Musgrave. Musgrave, I'm going to say this about Musgrave. You probably have to start this guy if you own him, really. As long as you don't own, like, a Kelsey or a Andrews or a Hawkinson, Kittle, I would say you got to start him. I think he's got a lot of upside this week, especially if Watson misses again. So, and then I'm going to say Laporta. Laporta's also in the should start. Probably should start. Now, I know what you guys are thinking. There's a lot of guys. There's more than 12 tight ends here. So if you're in a 12-man league, what if you have a couple of these guys? It's kind of pick your poison, man. Drop Mostert for Joshua Kelly. After what I just saw, I would say yes. I'm not super high on Mostert to begin with. I know a lot of people might disagree with me, but Mostert's old. He's like 32, 33 years old. The passing offense for the Dolphins is pretty good. Yeah, give me Josh Kelly. After what I just seen, yeah, give me Josh Kelly. Go pick him up right now. Go pick him up right now. Because of, I think Kelly is potentially a better running back than Mostert. We don't really know. We haven't seen a ton of Kelly over the years. He's been in the league for a few years now. He's a guy out of UCLA. I remember watching him in college. He was basically the running back whenever Josh Rosen was the quarterback for UCLA. He was kind of, you know, he played with him back in college like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So Kelly is a good running back. It's just, you just don't see much of him, so a lot of people don't really know how good he is. I think he's gotten better and better each year he's been in the league. I think this is what, year 4 or 5, right? I don't know how many years he's been. I think it's like year 4 or 5, maybe 3 or 4. Let me just look real quick. I can tell you, I guess. Kelly's been in the league for blah, 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 blah. This is year number 4. So, I mean, he ran for 5.69 yards a carry last week on 16 carries. You know, they kind of leaned on him a little bit, you know, after the Eckler injury. He scored a touchdown. He had 1 target. He didn't have any catches, but he's a guy really that you just kind of want to pick up, if not to start him, because say you get good starters, really just to play some defense against somebody in your league who has Eckler. Keep the guy who owns Eckler from not owning him. That way, you know, he doesn't have the handcuff. So, but he could also win a league for you too. You never know. You never know. So, ankle sprain, like especially if it's a high ankle sprain, and it, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it looked like a high ankle sprain. For some reason, I thought it was a low ankle sprain, but you know, you can kind of function off of a high ankle sprain for a little while after it happens because you're running off of adrenaline and stuff like that. But like right now, on a Wednesday night, getting ready to be Thursday morning, I bet you Eckler's ankle is pretty swollen right now, if I had to guess. So, would you take AJ Brown for James Cook and T. Higgins? Ooh. Vikings are down 2 offensive linemen. Are they? That's good because I got Philadelphia's defense this week again. So, problem is the defense is missing a couple guys in the secondary. They're missing James Bradbury and Reed Blankenship, which kind of sucks. Both of those guys are pretty good. Would you take AJ Brown for James Cook and T. Higgins? I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no, bro. I'm gonna say no. T. Higgins is gonna bounce back a little bit. James Cook, I actually kind of like, especially if it's PPR, if it's full PPR. Man, I don't know. That's a tough one. I would say no, though. I would say no. I would try to get AJ Brown, but I would try to do it for like T. Higgins and like another running back that's not Cook. Let's put it that way. Or if you could do T. Higgins for AJ Brown straight up, which you probably can't after the zero burger. I would try to pair like T. Higgins with like a God, I'm trying to think of who. Probably somebody that the guy won't take. Let's just put it that way. Week 5 bye. Yeah, potentially. Yeah, Chargers have a week 5 bye. Usually when you get these teams that have week 5, week 6 bye, if there's an injury early on for like a good player, they'll usually put them on the IR, especially if it lines up with the bye week. Yeah, you might be right, Randy. You might be right. Let's go to the wide receivers. Last but not least, let's go to wide receivers. We got a ton of them here. Ton of receivers. Let's just try to get all the easy ones out of the way here. T. Higgins, you gotta start him. Let's put him kind of down here. If you own this guy, you have to start him. Like if you have 2 spots at receiver and you have a flex spot and maybe that's also a receiver, you have to start this guy. If you own him, would be my guess. You just have to. I think they're gonna bounce back. I think really a lot of the Bengals players are gonna bounce back this week. And look, if you spent a 2nd or a 3rd round pick on him, you have to start him. Because what'd you draft that guy for if you're not going to start him this week? I know he gave you a zero burger last week, but I mean, come on. Let's not kid ourselves here. You got to start him if you own him. All right, so I don't have Jefferson on here. I don't have Chase. I don't have Tyreek Hill on here. I don't have AJ Brown. I don't have Diggs. I don't have Olave. I don't think I have Olave on here. All the good guys that we're talking about, I don't have on here. You have to start them. Let's just put it that way. They're going to be in this category with T. Higgins. Because if they're 1st, 2nd, or even a 3rd round pick, you got to start them. The only ones that I really have that are 3rd round picks that are on here are T. Higgins. I believe I got DK on here somewhere. We'll have to find DK. I know I got DK. Here he is. He's right here. Boom, DK. He's also in this category. Got to start him. It's just too much draft value that you spend on a guy. He's probably, these guys should be your number 2 receivers, okay? I'm hoping you got somebody in front of these guys. If they're your number 1s, you're gonna be in trouble this year probably. All right, Pickens. No Deontay Johnson. You probably should start him. I'm not super high on him, no. There's other people out there that are higher on him than I would say you got to start him though, especially if you own both him and Deontay. You're gonna have to, because Deontay's not gonna be there. So Odell, most likely you're gonna sit Odell. Odell's like Odell's gonna be touchdown dependent, guys. He's gonna be touchdown dependent. If he doesn't score a touchdown, he's not gonna be good. So maybe he gets in the end zone this week, but I think he's washed. I think this is going to be his last year in the NFL. I think he retires after this year, if I'm being quite honest. He could fall in the end zone, but I'm not counting on it. I'm not holding my breath on it. Let's put it that way. I want to sell AJ Brown for T and Cook, but I don't think he'd set. My running backs are Etienne and Brees. I would make sure I had another guy, dude, with Etienne and Brees. I'm just saying. I know they're good. It's a good 1-2 punch. Brees is a guy I'm not starting this week. I have him on this roster here in my auction league. Luckily, I have Mixon, Chubb, and Kenneth Walker ahead of him. So, like, luckily, I can start these guys over Brees when Brees has a bad matchup this week, which he does. And look, Brees had a bad matchup. He really had a bad matchup week 1, Monday Night Football, and he overcame it. That Dallas defense is different, dude. And not having a quarterback is really going to hurt. It's really going to hurt because they're just going to load the box, man. The Cowboys are just going to load the box. So maybe he salvages the day a little bit if he scores a touchdown, but I don't think he salvages the day unless he scores. And so Brees, I love Brees. I like him a lot. I'm not starting him this week, though, with my roster. I'm not starting him whenever I got Mixon, Chubb, and Walker, who have better matchups. So I just can't do it. I don't know who to shop for. I don't want to start Brees this week. Got offered Monty for Zay Flowers, but I can't do that. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. You could do it. It just depends, man. If you're good at receiver and you really need another running back, Monty is a good start this week. He's a good start. I'll go back to the running back. Start him, sit him. Monty is right here. He's right here. You should start him. I don't think you can go wrong with him or Gibbs. I think you could start both him and Gibbs. You put one at the flex. You put Monty in as your running back 2 maybe, and then let's say you had like Bijan on the same team. You start Bijan as well. You could start 3 running backs. You could start both Monty and Gibbs, I think. Look, the Seahawks do not have a run defense. We found that out last week. They didn't have a run defense last year. I thought it might have gotten better. We were wrong. They couldn't stop really one of the worst offenses in the league, especially without Cooper Kupp. Kyron Williams was able to run against them. Akers didn't do much, but Kyron Williams was able to kind of run. He scored a couple rushing touchdowns. The Lions have a top 5, really a top 3 offensive line in the league. They're going to run the ball down their throats. They're not going to be able to stop it. Gibbs is going to catch a couple balls out of the backfield. St. Brown could probably have a decent day. And it could be a high-scoring game. And really, the Seahawks could win maybe if the offense turns it around. But I do think the Lions are going to score a handful of points. They're going to score a fair share amount of points. And really, they're going to be able to run the ball, I think. That defense is not good, especially against the run. It's just not. So it wasn't good against the Rams. It's not going to be good against that team. I mean, that offensive line is going to be winning the line of scrimmage a majority of the time in that game. I promise you. All right, Keenan Allen. This one's pretty easy. You got to start him. Not really going to elaborate too much on it, but you have to start him. Mike Evans. If you own him, you probably got to start him. Pretty decent week. He's got a weak secondary in the Bears this week as well. He's Baker Mayfield's favorite guy to really throw the ball to. So, another good week probably coming his way. I think he falls in the end zone again too. Really, he kind of is a touchdown machine. Mike Evans, you can almost, especially against bad defenses, it's like he always scores. Especially whenever Tom Brady was a quarterback. Sky Moore. Sit him down. We got to see something. Same thing with Tony. Let's just put these guys together. Kadarius Stone hands here. Stony hands. Yeah. We got to sit. Especially if Kelsey's playing, you got to sit him. You got to sit him. I think Kelsey helps them a little bit, but then Kelsey's also going to be a target hog. Okay. You think Mahomes is going to want to throw to anybody but Kelsey if Kelsey plays this week? You're out of your mind. Kelsey's going to have like 15 catches if he plays. 15. He might even go for 20. He might even go close to 20 catches. I wouldn't be shocked. After what happened last week, dude, Mahomes is just going to pepper Kelsey all freaking day. Like, he's going to be dropping back. He's like, where's Kelsey at? Like, he's going to be like staring Kelsey down the whole freaking time. He might throw a couple here and there to somebody else, but sit those guys down. They can get warm on the bench after what they did last week. I think a lot of you guys would agree. Jamal Williams or Nacua at the flex. If it's full PPR, give me a Nacua. If it's like standard, I'll probably take Jamal. Jamal still has the backfield to himself there in New Orleans against a defense that's not nearly as good as I mean, Tennessee's defense isn't the greatest, but their defensive line is better than the Panthers. The Panthers only have Brian Burns really outside on the edge. Debo, you got to start him. Elijah Moore, I'm gonna say you're most likely gonna sit this guy. There's a chance you could start him at your flex spot, but I would say most people are gonna sit him this week, or should probably sit him if they got other options that are a little bit more appealing. Dobbs, I'm gonna say you should start, but I would like him at the flex spot. I wouldn't like him as my receiver 2 this week. He's gonna have AJ Terrell shadowing him for the most part. AJ Terrell is a pretty good corner in the league, if you guys don't know. And you know, they also got Jesse Bates that had a pretty good game. He picked off Bryce Young twice last week. So Dobbs, though, you know, if he's the man again this week, really I think his situation benefits if Watson plays. If Christian Watson plays, his situation actually benefits, and I would actually be looking to start him at the flex spot, because that means AJ Terrell is probably going to be on Christian Watson. Maybe he splits time on both of them, but I don't know, man. It is a tough matchup, man, if it's just him against AJ Terrell. AJ Terrell will shadow him if Watson doesn't play. So it's pretty tough. I'm gonna say so Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson is on this list, obviously, because of Rodgers. This is tough, man. He's like right in the middle right here. You should start him, but you could sit him. You could sit him, but if you drafted him high, which you probably did, you're gonna have to start him. If he's your 1 or 2, I would say you have to start him, or really you should start him. I'm not gonna say you have to, because I could understand somebody making a case for not starting him. Like, there's a guy in my league who has JJ, Chase, and Wilson. Wilson's like his 3rd guy, so like in his case, I could see him maybe sitting Garrett Wilson this week. You know what I mean? It's going to be a tough matchup. 2 Pro Bowl corners on that side of the ball in Dallas. Van Jefferson. I'm gonna say you're most likely going to sit Jefferson here. Just depends on how deep your receiver room is, obviously. If you're not super deep, you could start him if you trust him over like Nacua. I mean, if you have him and Nacua on the same team, it's a coin flip. I would say you probably start Nacua, just because I think Kupp likes to throw the ball to Nacua. And I really do think Nacua is a pretty good receiver. So Nacua, I'm going to say this, man. I'm going to say you're most likely going to sit Nacua unless you're super light at receiver. If you spent waiver wire money on him, I understand if you want to start him. I don't think it's the wisest thing to do. It's going to be a tough matchup against San Francisco. But if you're light at receiver and you picked him up off the waiver wire for that reason, then yeah, start him at your flex. He should probably be your flex spot. If he's your receiver 2, then you're just in trouble. You're just in trouble if he's your receiver 2. Should I start Amari Cooper and Devontae Smith? Well, I'm starting Devontae Smith. I would Amari Cooper. He's got Pittsburgh on Monday. If you don't have anything better, then yeah. Like if you don't have anything that's like super close to those guys' caliber, then I would say yes. I'm definitely starting Devontae Smith. I don't even have to think about it. He's on my roster. It's a weak Minnesota Vikings secondary. It's a pretty high total for a Thursday night game. 49 points is pretty high for a Thursday night game. Thursday night games are usually low scoring games, but they got the total set at 49, which is really to my surprise. So yeah, I'm starting Devontae Smith. I don't even have to think about it, really. Both him and AJ Brown had 7 catches apiece. Devontae Smith fell in the end zone on a 5-yard like little out route. Maybe he gets another touchdown again tomorrow night. I'm really hoping he does for me because he's really on both of my teams. I have him on both of my main league teams. He was my 3rd round pick in the one league, and then I drafted him for like $28 in auction. So Amari Cooper I'm starting if I don't have a better option. He's a number 1 for Deshaun Watson. You know, 3rd round pick, maybe a 4th round pick, depending on your draft. If you don't have somebody like, you know, like T. Higgins or DK Metcalf or somebody of that nature, then yeah, you're going to probably have to start Amari Cooper. Speaking of Amari Cooper, I think I got him on here. I don't know if I have him on here or not. I don't think I see Cooper on here. Cooper's a guy you got to start. Like he would be in the got to start list over here if you own him. DJ Moore, I'm gonna say you should start. I'm not gonna say you have to. There's people that I know people have this guy on their bench because they have actually pretty deep receiving rooms. So I'm not gonna say you have to start DJ Moore. I would recommend it though, depending on your receiver room. It really just depends. But I would recommend it, especially if you're kind of light at receiver. If I did that Monty trade, my running backs would be Etienne, Brees, Monty. Receivers would be St. Brown, AJ Brown, Zay Jones, Elijah Moore, and Dodson. My QB's T-Law. I mean, you could do it. You could do it. I don't like it, but like, I would like to get rid of like Elijah Moore or maybe even Dodson. I think there's a chance Zay Flowers could be better than Dodson this year. It's, you know, just because of quarterback play and because of how much better the team is. You know, the Ravens are a better team than the Commanders. So, but if you want Monty that bad, and I'm not going to say it's a bad trade. I think you could win the trade. Having Etienne and just Brees, I would want another running back. You really should have another running back. I mean, you have other guys on the bench, I take it, but they're just not that good. If you have other guys on the bench that aren't that good, then yeah, go get Monty, man. It's a safety net. The problem is that Monty and Etienne have the same bye week, so week 9 you're going to be, you know, in for it basically. You're just going to have Brees Hall and you're going to have to sit somebody somebody that's on your bench is going to have to start. So Rashad Bateman. Let me see here. I just want to check something real quick here. Working over here because I do got Zay Jones, Nakua as well. Maybe I can try to put it as flex since I got Algier and has flex. Tough matchup. I would start Zay Jones over Nakua. I really don't even think I'd have to think about it. Where is Zay Jones at? I got Zay Jones here somewhere. Where the heck is Zay at? I don't even know what I did with Zay Jones. Here he is. Oh, he's hiding back here. Yeah, Zay Jones should start. Should start, especially at flex, I think. Unless you have, like, unless you're in my situation, really. So in my situation, because I also have Zay Jones,
The difference is that this is half PPR, this league right here, so he's not as valuable, you know, at the receiver spot. But I have Mixon, Walker, and Chubb, and so I have Chubb in at my flex, and then I'm starting Mixon and Walker. I have Chris Olave and Devontae Smith. So this is like a scenario where I would say you don't have to start Zay Jones, who's right here on my bench. But I do think it's a pretty appealing matchup against Kansas City. Our cornerbacks are not the greatest. Snead's okay, but he's going to be most of the time on Ridley probably, and I don't even think he's going to be able to stop Ridley. Ridley's probably still going to be able to do whatever he wants. And so, unless you have a situation like this, I would probably put Zay Jones in at flex. I think he could fall in the end zone again, and I really think he could get 5 or 6 more catches. So Zay's not a bad flex option. He's playing in all the wide receiver 2 sets. Christian Kirk has been solely in the freaking slot, and so he's playing more snaps than Christian Kirk. So Zay Jones really is an appealing flex option this week, and it's going to be a high-scoring game, I think, between the Chiefs and the the Chiefs and the Jaguars. I think their totals at what, 51. It's one of the higher totals of the week. So yeah, take a shot with Zay Jones at the flex spot if you don't like your running backs. Week 9, I'd be without T-Law, Monty. Yeah, if you have Lions and Jaguar players, you're gonna be out week 9, bro. You're gonna be, you know, picking up guys off the waiver wire, or you're just gonna have to not start anybody and just take the L for that week. You know, you can't do that in my league, because in my league we count every single week. We don't play head to head. We play total points. So if you did that in my league, you'd be having to pick people up, or you're gonna lose about 50-60 points on the field, you know. So, and you get the Niners D. Yeah, if you got Niners players too, they got week 9 as well. Addison for Mike Williams and Gus Edwards. Who wins? The person who gets Addison. The person who gets this guy right here. This guy, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You gotta start him. You gotta start him at your flex spot, probably. You could maybe start him at wide receiver 2 tomorrow night, but I would want him as a flex spot. If you're not super deep at running back, let's say you got a 2 running back, 2 receiver, and 1 flex spot, like in normal league, I think you got to start them at flex this week, you know, for tomorrow night. Look, they're missing Bradbury, who's the other quarter opposite of Slay, and they're missing Blankenship, who's one of the safeties. He's a decent safety. Slay is going to follow Jefferson everywhere. I think Addison could have a huge night tomorrow night. I think he could go for 8 catches and over 100 yards and maybe a touchdown. So Addison's a guy I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna put my neck out there. I'm gonna say you got to start him. I would say you should start him. You know, I think really you should start him, but I would say you got to start him if you have him and you don't really have very many options for your flex. Let's get back to Bateman. I'm gonna say you're most likely gonna sit Bateman. I don't know, man. I gotta see it first. I gotta see it first from Bateman, bro. I got the Bengals. Bengals got embarrassed last week. You know, I don't know who it's going to be for the Ravens. I got both of these guys, you know, him and Odell sitting here. Most likely you're going to sit them. I would hope that you got 2 better receivers on your team if you own one of these 2 guys. I would hope. And I feel like if you did, there's no way you could start one of these 2 guys over those 2 guys that you have if they're both drafted inside the top 5 or 6 rounds. Mike Williams, I'm going to say you probably should start him. You probably spent too much draft value on him not to. We'll have to monitor his health, though, because I know he's kind of been in and out of the injury report or whatever. I know he kind of got beat up a little bit in the last game, so we'll have to see what his health is by Sunday, obviously. I got it. I have Mahomes, Breece Hall, James Cook, Amari Cooper, Devontae Smith, Musgrave, with now Zay Jones at flex. Bills defense, last minute McPherson. I don't know. This is a decent lineup. I'm a beginner. You don't know if it's a decent lineup. You got Mahomes, Breece Hall, James Cook, Amari Cooper, Devontae Smith, Musgrave, Zay Jones at flex. Bills. I mean, it's doable. It's doable. I wouldn't say it's like the greatest thing I've ever seen. I've seen better, obviously, but I've seen a lot worse too.
Musgrave's a solid, like, you know, value tight end. I think Musgrave is getting ready to break out, guys. I'm telling you right now. He's getting ready to break out. I wish I owned him in this auction league, but I don't. I have Kincaid instead. So I'm kind of, you know, I don't feel as bad since I have Kincaid. I think Kincaid's also going to kind of break out here, potentially. It could be this game against the Raiders this week as well. I think Musgrave could have a good game against Atlanta, especially if Watson misses again. Smith's a good option. I think Cooper's okay this week. And I really don't mind James Cook and Breece Hall. Breece Hall, like I said, he's got a tough matchup, so temper your expectations for Breece Hall. I know he played really good Monday night, but I would temper your expectations this week. He's got a tough matchup, man. He's got a tough matchup with no quarterback, and the Cowboys know they're going to want to run the ball. They're going to, like, the Cowboys are going to go into the game knowing the Jets are going to want to try to establish the run with Cook and Hall. Don't be shocked if they don't really pan out this week. All right? Don't be shocked if Breece only gets you like 50 yards and a couple of catches. You know, he gets you maybe 7 or 8 fantasy points. So, Tyler Lockett. I'm going to say you probably should start him, especially if it's like a flex option, and as long as he clears the concussion protocol, which I think he will. I don't know if he has already or not, but I think he will. You know, it's a decent matchup against the Lions. The Lions secondary is a little bit better. Maybe DK's the one, though, who gets maybe a little bit shut down, you know, and maybe Lockett kind of breaks out in this game. I just don't know how you don't start him in your flex spot. The only way you don't start him in your flex spot is if you have like 3 good running backs or something like that. Or maybe you have another receiver, like an Ayuk or somebody that's your flex instead of Lockett, you know what I mean? That's the only way I would say you don't start them at like the flex spot. You got to have good running backs or somebody like Ayuk, somebody of that nature that's starting over him in the flex spot, okay? So, but I would say maybe you should start him if that's not the case. Quentin Johnston, sit him down. We're not ready to even think about putting Johnston in the lineup, I don't think. We got to see something first. Christian Watson, I'm gonna say you should start him if he's healthy. This is just pending health. Should start him if he's healthy. JSN, I'm gonna say most likely you're gonna sit this guy, but there's a chance. Really just depends on what happens here. If Lockett maybe misses the game, which I don't think he will, I think he's fine. I don't know, I haven't really looked at the news about Lockett, but JSN, he's not in the 2 receiver sets. They're going to try to run the ball, I think. I think they're really going to try to establish the run with Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet. So they're going to try to keep this game closer than what happened with the, you know, with the Rams last week. So I'm not ready to put Jason in the lineup yet, especially if I have better players that are just, you know, we know are better right now, better options with better opportunity. Would you trade Garrett Wilson and DJ Moore for Amari Cooper and Terry McLaurin? No. I am trying to trade Garrett Wilson if I'm a Garrett Wilson owner, but I'm not trading him. No, there's no way. There's no way, bro. There's no way. McLaurin's hurt. I know he played this past week. He's probably gonna play again this week, but he's hurt, dude. He's hurt, and he's not gonna be effective this week either. Terry McLaurin's not gonna be effective this week either. Terry McLaurin, I'm gonna say sit him down. I'm not even scared to do this. Sit him down. Don't even start him. Do not start him. Don't start him. He's going to have Pat Surtain, who's probably the best corner in the league. If I'm being honest. Probably the best corner in the league. If not the second best. He's going to be shadowing McLaurin. McLaurin's going to have a rough game. Dodson, I'm going to say Dodson's like the one guy I'm just going to put right here in between. You could sit him. You could start him. It really just depends. You could take a chance. We need McLaurin to play, though. If McLaurin doesn't play, I would say sit him. I would say most likely sit him if McLaurin doesn't play. But you could start him again at the flex. I know he kind of disappointed us last week, but he's going to get opportunity. He's going to get opportunity if, like, Surtain. Think about it this way. Adams didn't really do much because he had Surtain shadowing him. But Jacoby Myers had a pretty decent game last week. You guys remember that, right? It's because he was opposite of Devontae Adams, and Adams had Pat Surtain pretty much shadowing him the whole game. Surtain is the real deal. That's why Adams didn't have a very good week last week. Pat Surtain is the real deal. So this is kind of a similar scenario here. If you get McLaurin and you get Dotson out there on the field, McLaurin's going to play the Davante Adams role. He's going to get shadowed, and Dotson could potentially, be the Jakobi Meyers of last week, potentially. So I will say, though, this is a low total game. This is a low total game at like 38 points, I believe. Let me double check. 39 over under. Denver is also favored on top of it, so they have a higher team total. So I do think Washington loses this game pretty easily, really. I mean, it's gonna be kind of back and forth for a little while, but I do think the Broncos win this game. So you're really talking about like a 23 to 16 point game is what you're talking about. So you're talking about 16 points for Washington. Is that enough to get Dotson there? You know what I mean? Is that enough for Dotson to be able to produce for you in fantasy? Maybe it's not. So maybe you do. I would say most likely you would sit him, but there is a chance you could start him depending on your roster. Let's just put it that way. I would say for the most part, though, I probably would sit him. I'd probably sit him. I would definitely put him over in this category if McLaurin doesn't play. Okay, McLaurin has to play because he's the one who's going to draw Pat Surtain. So there is a chance, though, that Dotson could be the Jakobi Meyers. He could see that role that Jakobi Meyers seen in week 1. Zay Flowers, I'm going to say you got to start this, or you should start this guy. I'm not going to say you have to. I'm going to say you should, though. I'm going to say you should. Depending on your team, obviously. If you have 3 good running backs, it's going to be tough to take one of those running backs out over somebody like Flowers. Flowers should not be your 1 or 2 receiver, though. He has to be a flex option. Has to be a flex option. So barring your, depending on what your running backs are, I would probably say you should start him. I mean, he is good, and I do think he's going to get peppered with some targets. Maybe not quite as much as last week, but he could be more efficient with those targets this week. Like he could fall in the end zone. He could maybe go over 100 yards. He was close to 100 yards last game on the, 8 catches, 10 targets. So I don't know if I could, trade with people. My bench is Fields, Love, and Myers, Freiermuth, Mostert, Algier, Nakua. I mean, you got guys on your bench that you can trade, dude. You could trade all of those guys. I would try to trade Mostert right now. I'd be trying to trade Mostert right now. I'd be trying to trade Jakobi Meyers right now because I think Jakobi Meyers is dealing with an injury. Those 2 guys I'd be trying to flip right now and try to. I would even package both of those guys together if I could move into a Mixon. You know what I mean? I know that sounds crazy. But you could maybe get like a Mixon for like a Mostert and a Myers. If the guy is down on Mixon had a bad game. Even a Jahmyr Gibbs didn't, you know what I mean? It's buy low season right now. In buy low season, it started on Monday and it ends in like 2 or 3 weeks. Because in 2 or 3 weeks, really come week 4, week 5, everybody's going to kind of know where everybody is. There's going to be more injuries that come down the line this week, next week. Hopefully everybody avoids that stuff, the injury stuff. I mean, if you had Dobbins, I feel bad for you. If you had Rodgers, I don't think Rodgers was a huge loss in fantasy. There's other quarterbacks out there that I think were going to be better fantasy quarterbacks for the most part. So Dobbins is a little bit of a loss, though, if you had him. It sucks. It is what it is, but there's going to be more to come. So brace yourself. There's always going to be there's always 2 or 3, sometimes 4 big injuries within the first 4 or 5 weeks when it comes to fantasy. So brace yourself. It's coming. It's going to be somebody, man. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be somebody. Christian Kirk. I'm going to say most likely sit. I'm not going to say you absolutely have to sit him, but I'm going to say most likely. Because it's just, he's not playing in the 2 receiver sets. He could fall in the end zone this week. I think there's a chance he scores. I'm not willing to bet on it. He's gonna have to be your flex player, if anything. He's not a receiver 1 or 2 in fantasy this year, I don't think. He's gonna need an injury to benefit for that to happen. You know what I mean? For that to happen, he's gonna have to see Ridley go down or Zay Jones go down, because he's not gonna be playing in the 2 receiver sets. That's the bottom line. Ayuk, pretty easy. You got to start him after last. You got to start him. I think Ayuk he's one of the league winners, I think, to be honest, if I'm being quite honest. So I wish I would have traded for him last week. I apologize for telling you guys to sit him last week. You're going to start this guy from here on out, I think, for the most part. You know, he might disappoint you a couple weeks from now or 3 weeks from now, maybe. But for right now, you got to start him. You have to. You don't even have to put him in your flex. Put him in as your receiver, too. You know, if he's that guy for you. Nico Collins, I'm going to say most likely to sit. You're most likely going to sit him. You know, he plays for a bad team. They do have a better matchup against the Colts this week. I do think their secondary is a little bit vulnerable. I would start him at the flex, though, if I didn't have, like I would start him over the Ravens guys. I would start him over Elijah Moore. Really, I think I would start him over pretty much all the guys in this bracket, if I'm being quite honest. I think I would. I think I would have him higher than Nakua, Kirk. I think I would have him higher than all of these guys, to be honest. Just because he's got a better matchup. He didn't play too bad last week. He's not really a receiver 1 or a receiver 2 in your lineup, but he could be a flex spot. He could be like in that flex category. It just depends on your running backs. If you have better running backs than what he is, you know, and you have 3 of them, then yeah, you might have to go 3 running backs this week, especially if they have good matchups. But if not, I could maybe tell you to put him in the flex spot. Pittman, I'm going to say you should start him. I would want him to be my flex option, though. Once again, I would want this guy to be my flex option. But I would say you should start him. He's got to be a receiver 3 for you, though, hopefully. You could put him at receiver 2 this week, but I would assume somebody has 2 receivers that are better than him as far as draft value goes. Should I drop Deontay for Rashee Rice? Look, Deontay's going to be out, like, I don't know, I think he's going to be out for multiple weeks is what I heard. I don't know if they put him on the IR or not, but I heard like 3 or 4 weeks Deontay's going to be out. I would drop him, but I don't know if I would drop him for Rice. I don't think Rice is a very raw receiver. Let's just put it that way. He's very raw, just like George Pickens was last year. Really, George Pickens kind of still is. There's got to be somebody better out there than Rashee Rice. Hey, look, dude, I'm a Chiefs fan. And I'm saying I live in Kansas City. I'm a Chiefs fan. I'm a Kelsey fan. I love the Chiefs. I'm telling you right now, I would want. There's other people that are probably on the waiver wire that I would want. Let me look at the waiver wire in my league. There's Allen Robinson's out there. Rondell Moore. This is in my league. Josh Reynolds. So like Josh Reynolds is out there. Josh Reynolds is out there in my league. I would take Josh Reynolds over Rashee Rice. And I wouldn't even have to think about it. Josh Reynolds is somebody out there that I would take over Rashee Rice. Tank Dell is out there in my league right now. I would take Tank Dell over Rashee Rice. Tank Dell's going to get more snaps, according to the coach. 13 hours ago, via RotoWire, Dell is expected to handle an expanded role after the Texans placed Noah Brown groin on the injured reserve. So Dell is a good receiver. He's better than Rice, in my opinion. He's better than Rice. He's going to get more opportunity than Rice because you got Kelsey, you got Sky Moore, Tony, you got those guys, Scantling in Kansas City. I would drop him. I would drop Deontay, or I'd place him on the IR spot in my league, and I would go pick up a receiver, but I wouldn't pick up Rashee Rice. I would pick up Dell. I would pick up Josh Reynolds. I would pick up, Tutu Atwell. I would pick up some of those guys first. Maybe Allen Robinson, maybe, I don't know. You know, I don't know. Not really a huge Allen Robinson fan. Rondell Moore, I would probably pick up before him too, if I'm being quite honest. Judy. Judy's a guy I'm going to tell you guys probably should start. I don't really like Judy. I don't think he's that good. He's injury prone. We already know that. He's always going to be injury prone, I think. But if he plays because he's healthy this week, you should start him. If he's not, if he's questionable, if he's a game time decision at all, like if he's really a game time decision, I would say I would put him over here. Put him, say most likely you're going to sit him. Remember, this is a low point total. Low point total here for the Commanders and the Broncos. Not going to be a lot of offense. The Broncos are one of the slowest paced teams in the NFL. And so, really, the Broncos got to show me something, bro, before I start playing these guys. I know Sutton didn't have a bad week last week, but if, let's say Judy's back, if Judy's back, I'm probably not starting him. And like, these guys are flex options. These guys are flex options. They shouldn't be your receiver 1 or 2. I hope not. If they are, you're probably in last place right now. That would be my guess. So I would say most likely you're going to sit these guys more often than not. There's a rare scenario where maybe you start one of them at the flex spot, depending on your roster and depending on the news come Saturday, Sunday, when we know more. Should I drop Drake London for Nico Collins? Holy cow. No. I'm gonna say no. And I see where you're coming from on this, and I could understand you doing what you're talking about, but I would say no. And look, I was a little bit high on London. I didn't draft him in any of my main leagues. I did take him a little bit in best ball. You know, I tried to take him as a receiver number 3 for the most part in best ball. He's just in a bad scenario, man. He's in a bad scenario because the Falcons run the ball so freaking much. And the quarterback isn't really, the quarterback's not good. So I would say hang on to London, man. Don't panic quite yet on London. Hang on to him. Maybe don't play him. Maybe you put him in as your flex. He's a flex, and really, like, I'm getting ready to get to London. Let's just get to London right now. He's a flex option. He's not a receiver 1 or a receiver 2 right now. But there is a chance he rebounds in either this week or maybe next week, week 3. And at that point, you maybe could trade him. I would try to move him. As soon as this guy has a good week, I'm going to try to move him. Because I don't believe, it's not that I don't believe in him. I think he's a good receiver. He would be really good if he was on my Chiefs. If he played for the Chiefs, he'd be a really good fantasy receiver. He just plays for a team that doesn't throw the ball much. He's in that bad situation. He's in a bad situation. And so it doesn't matter how good players are, man. It doesn't matter how good you think they are. If they aren't getting the ball thrown to them, if they aren't getting the volume, you know, they're in an offense that's going to run the ball more than any other team in the league. You got to get off of these guys. But you can't get off of him right now because he didn't do anything. He put up a 0 burger with 1 target last week. So wait, I would stick it out. I would try to maybe pick up Nico, but I don't want to just give up London for free. I don't want to just send him to the waiver wire. I would want to try to move him after he will have a decent game sooner or later. Like, he will get he'll get 12 targets, 13 targets. He'll catch 8 or 9 of them. He may or may not score, but he could go for 100 yards off of those 8 or 9 catches. That's when you move him. You move him immediately after that, and that could be this week. So that's what I'm going to say about London. I'm going to say this week most likely you're going to sit him. There is a chance you put him at the flex, depending on your roster, though. There's a chance you put him at the flex, depending on your roster. Let's just put, so we'll put him here. Let's just move Dotson kind of over here so you guys kind of know where he's at. So that's what my advice on London would be, man. You're just going to have to play patient with him. You're going to have to be patient. Be patient with him, because I don't want to just send him to the waiver wire. That's like in this league right here, which I kind of agree with. I kind of don't agree with. But like in my league right here, somebody's already put Marquise Brown on the waiver wire. You know, I would maybe snag this guy, but I don't have to, because you know. And actually, you know what? I might snag Marquise Brown now that I think about it. The reason why I would maybe, like in this league, I might snag him is because there's a chance he gets traded, like in the middle of the season. And then he could be a value if he goes to like a team that throws the ball a lot, you know what I mean? So, in the same, I wouldn't say the same thing is the case with London. They're not going to trade London, obviously, in Atlanta. You know, they just drafted him a year ago, 2 years ago. So, that's what I would say about London, though. And that's what somebody's going to do in your league, too. You drop London immediately. They're like, oh, you know what I mean? You could get more value for him if you just play a week or two, be patient with him, wait for him to have a decent game where, you know, maybe he scores a touchdown, catches 5 or 6 balls for like 80 yards, and he gets you like 16, 18 points. And even if he is on your bench whenever he does that, you could still try to move him. Move him immediately after that on Monday or Tuesday. Try to get something for him. I have Marquise in London on my bench. Oh, gosh. So you're like the guy that's in my league right here who already dropped Marquise Brown, and you're like basically trying to become that guy, right? Marquise is a little bit different than London. Like Marquise, I would not have dropped, especially since he's not hurt, and I know he's on a bad offense, and he didn't play obviously up to the standards, you know. But there's a chance that like Brown gets traded because this team is rebuilding. They're rebuilding right now. Kyler Murray's not going to probably play this year. If he does, it might be a game or two. Because even if they do, like, let's say Kyler's ready to come back in like November. If they're like 1 or 2-8 or something like that, 1-9, 2-8 after, you know, 10, 11 games, they're gonna pull the plug on them. They're gonna pull the plug on them. They're not even gonna let him play. So, all right, let's get back to these last receivers. Hopkins, probably. I'm going to say you got to start him, to be honest. I'm going to say you got to start him. He's going to be your receiver 2 or 3. No matter what, he is a flex option, though. No matter what. He's got the, you know, he's got a defense that didn't play very good against Tyreek Hill and Waddle last week. He is the number 1 guy on his team. Tannehill's going to force the ball to him. He tried to force the ball to him last week. The corners are not as good as Lattimore. He had Lattimore shadowing him last week against the Saints. You got to start him. You spent too much draft value on him not to. Marquise Brown, we just talked about him. Sit him down. Actually, I'm not going to say sit him down. I'm going to say most likely sit. Most likely sit. You could put him in at the flex. There's a few scenarios where I could see somebody putting him at the flex. So, right here, Marquise Brown. Most likely you're going to sit him, though. Just because they're going to be bad. They're going to be bad this week again. And even the Giants' defense isn't the greatest, as you guys know. Their secondary really isn't the greatest either. So there's a chance you could start Marquise Brown at the flex spot if you have like no running backs and you're not very deep at receiver. And if you're in like a 2 flex league, then there's obviously opportunity for that as well. Mike Thomas. Oh man, Mike Thomas. He's a good flex option. I'm gonna say you should start him probably. He didn't look too bad. Really, he's not bad if he can just stay healthy. If he ends up getting hurt in the middle of the game, then it's gonna suck if you started him. But let's just roll the dice, and I'm gonna say you should start him. He's a good flex option. I wouldn't have him as a receiver 1 or 2, but if he's like my best flex option, I would probably start him. It's a decent matchup against a bad Panthers defense. Him or Olave is probably going to eat. One of them's going to have a good week. Maybe both of them could, but I think one or the other could have a really good week. So it's a coin flip on who that's going to be. Burks, I'm going to say most likely you're going to sit Burks. We got to see it first. We got to see it first with Burks if you own him. I don't own him, but I'm telling you guys, you got to see it first. Especially when Hopkins is a guy who, probably is going to get peppered with targets from Tannehill this week. So Burks could have a decent week, but you're gonna have a bad feeling in your gut if you started him at your flex and you have other guys who are more appealing. Let's just put it that way. Burrow or Cousins. See, look at this. Now it's coming up. Look at how this is coming up now. Burrow or Cousins? Burrow. Burrow, don't even really have to think about it, to be honest. Move this right here. Yeah, ask me questions, man. We are pretty much done with the Stardom Sit-em show for week 2. I apologize for the echo, dude, early on. That's gonna drive me nuts, man, because I feel like I should just redo it. Should redo a take, but I've already been live for like 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna take questions right now, anything and everything. Alex Payne, I just made a trade. Let me know if I won. I gave away Mike Williams and Nico Collins, and I got Amari Cooper and Sky Moore. It's a 12-man full PPR, and I have Mahomes for the depth, Sky Moore. I'm not gonna say you won the trade, but it's a pretty even trade, I will say. I like Amari over Mike Williams, but I like Nico over Sky Moore. Let's just put it that way, if that makes any sense. Sky Moore, though, I don't know, man. I don't know. I thought he was going to be so much better on Thursday night. He looked terrible. The whole offense looked terrible. Maybe that changes when Kelsey comes back. That's the only thing I can tell you guys. As a Kansas City Chiefs fan, a guy who follows the team, been following them for like 25 years now, really since I was like 3-4 years old. And really, you know, I know a lot about them. I watch them every freaking Sunday or Monday or whenever they play. You know, as you guys do probably. If Kelsey's gonna have to be like in the lineup, because these guys didn't know what to freaking do when Kelsey was not on the field. They didn't know what to do. It was like, you know, nobody was gelling on the offense together because Kelsey wasn't there. So like I said, so if Kelsey's not there, I think we pretty much know how Sky Moore and Tony are going to be. They're going to be terrible. You know, they have to have Kelsey there in the middle of the field to either, you know, whether it's a timing issue, whether it's getting open, because maybe there's more eyes on them whenever Kelsey's not in the lineup, you know, because they played pretty well in the Super Bowl. They played pretty well in the playoffs together throughout the season last year, you know. Well, Sky Moore didn't play too much during the regular season, but like, I don't know, maybe it was just Juju. Maybe Juju was just, you know, better, and, you know, I don't know. So, but if Kelsey's not there, Sky Moore and Tony are just no-goes for me. I'm not starting them this week. I'm not. I don't care if Kelsey plays or not, because I gotta see it. I gotta see it first. I just do. I would say I would be more inclined to probably start Tony. You know, I feel bad for even saying that because the guy can't catch a freaking ball, but I do like Nico Collins over Sky Moore, man, and I just do, you know. But I do like Cooper over Mike Williams. Mike Williams will have another injury here in like 2 weeks. Just give it time. He always has an injury. All right. You said it. You agree? Yeah, I agree too. Who do I start? Zay Flowers, Dotson, Elijah Moore, or Zay Jones? T-Law is my QB, PPR. Give me, it's one of the Zays. One of the Zays. Zay Flowers or Zay Jones. Like I said, dude, with Dotson could play that Jacoby Myers role. McLaurin has to play, though. But the Broncos play so freaking slow. This is good. There's a reason why this point total was low, guys. And the Broncos do have a good defense. I do like Sam Howell, but he struggled last week. He's going to struggle some more this week, I think. It's going to cap really Dotson and McLaurin's upside, especially McLaurin, because he's going to have Pat Surtain just shadowing him everywhere he goes. And if Pat Surtain can hold Devontae Adams to 66 yards, and I think he had like one PI that I didn't even really think was PI, he's going to shut down Terry McLaurin, who's still dealing with the foot injury, with the turf toe, I think. So Dotson's going to be the guy that Sam Howell is looking for, but
with the low point total, the pace of play that the Broncos play at, if the Broncos end up having time of possession in this game, Dotson's going to be a bad play, I think. So give me Zay Flowers or Zay Jones. If I had to choose one, I'm going to go Zay Jones. Give me Zay Jones, because I think there's a chance he gets there against the Chiefs. Chiefs don't have the best secondary. They are getting Chris Jones back, so that kind of helps the secondary a little bit, you know, for Kansas City. Snead's going to probably be all over Ridley for most of the game. So that means Zay Jones is going to get McDuffie. But it's a high point total. It should be a pretty high scoring affair. I think it's one of the highest point totals of the week, right? I think it is the highest, if I'm not mistaken. It's 51. I don't see any other point total that's 51. The closest one is tomorrow night. That's 49, I think. So give me Zay Jones, dude. And let's just hope he falls in the end zone again. I think there's a good chance. So, and he's playing all of the 2 receiver sets. Give me Zay Jones. Will you trade Ridley for Garrett Wilson and Akers? No. If I have Ridley, I'm not trading him for Garrett Wilson and Akers. No freaking way. We like Colts defense this week. No, but I mean, I don't know, dude. Defenses are like they're like dart throws, dude. I don't even know. Depends on your league scoring, I guess, for defense. I would say potentially it's a 39 over under. They are the favorite to win the game on the road, which should tell you a lot. That should tell you that the Colts are probably going to win. And you know, it's 2 rookie quarterbacks, so who knows? It really could be a defensive shootout. So yeah, I'll take the Colts defense. I mean, I think there's better options out there, obviously, but if that's what you're going with, then yeah, go with it, man. I mean, if that's all you have available to you, I'm not going to say it's a bad pick. I think they get you a solid, like in a regular scoring league, they could get you a solid 5 to 10 points, maybe. So, yeah. Just traded Ramondre and Amon-Ra for Jefferson.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Sure. You're going to be mad if Jefferson gets shut down tomorrow, though. Again, by Slay. It's not bad. It's not terrible, but I would like better. You know, I don't know. I would like maybe another player to go. St. Brown's good, and I think Ramondre's secretly pretty good. But I'm not going to say you lost the trade. It's close. If you're good in the running back department, let's say you got 2 running backs that are really good, that are probably, you know, like say you had a Chubb and a Mixon and a Breece Hall, and you got rid of Ramondre, then yeah, you're sitting good on that trade then. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, it could be good. It just depends on who you got on your bench. Njoku at Pittsburgh or Hunter Henry at versus Miami or Ertz. Give me Hunter Henry, dude. It's close between Henry and Ertz. I think Njoku's a guy you're gonna want to maybe sit this week. I'm gonna have to see it from Njoku first. Henry's #1 tight end right now. Miami's a pretty good matchup. Ertz did run a lot of routes, I heard last week, but I just don't trust Dobbs, dude. I don't trust anybody for Arizona. I'm not trusting a Dobbs-led offense. You know, when I'm picking between Ertz and Njoku and Henry, give me Hunter Henry. Ertz is going to have to score like a touchdown for him to even come close to paying off for this week. Give me Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry's got better quarterback, better offense, better team, better freaking everything. So, give me Hunter Henry. Puka, London, Brown, or Mostert in the flex this week. Which Brown? Which Brown is it, bro? I'm assuming that's Marquise Brown? There's no way it's St. Brown or AJ Brown. You'd be starting one of those 2 all day. This is a tough one, man. I'm going to say no on Mostert and London, if I'm being honest.
London's going to have Alexander shadowing him. You guys think he was bad last week? Just wait till this week. He's going to have Jair Alexander, who's a top 3 corner in the league, probably top 5 at least. London, and on top of having one of the best corners in the league on him, they don't throw him the freaking ball. So definitely a no on London. Mostert's going to be up against Belichick's defense. They're going to, I think, who knows? We don't know if Belichick's going to like sell out on the run or if he's going to sell out on Tyreek and Waddle. My guess is they're going to try to limit Tyreek and Waddle. So there's a chance that Mostert gets there. There's a chance. Puka's got a tough matchup against the Niners defense, but Puka could be okay. Jefferson's going to draw, the best corner matchup. And we're talking Marquise Brown, right? Yeah, we're talking Marquise. There's a chance, dude. I don't like Dobbs, but there's a chance Marquise Brown could do something for you. The Giants' defense isn't the greatest. Their secondary isn't the greatest. It's really just comes down to, do you trust Dobbs to get him the football, though? Marquise Brown, let me look last week. He had 5 targets, 3 catches against Washington, 28 yards. Ugh. It's going to be Mostert or Puka for me. Puka or Mostert. Give me Mostert, probably. Puka there's a chance. If it's full PPR, I could maybe lean towards Puka. Puka's going to get the ball thrown to him at least. That's the difference between like Puka and London. At least Puka's going to get the targets. I think Stafford likes him. Still have no Cooper Kupp. I know it's a tough matchup. They're going to be throwing the freaking ball because they're going to be losing to the 49ers the whole game. So give me Puka, actually. Yeah, let's just go Puka. It's tough between him and Mostert. I don't even think we have to even consider Marquise Brown or London, considering the situation that they are in. So give me Puka. Give me Puka. Yeah, Mostert's close. I know, yeah, see, Alex is telling you Mostert all day. I don't know. Mostert's going to have to score a touchdown for you, dude. Mostert's going to have to score a touchdown for it to be Mostert. We'll see, man. I don't know. Patriots are going to be pissed off, dude, if they lost that game. I'm telling you right now. They're going to be pissed off. And I think Miami comes back down to earth a little bit this week. Who do I drop? Justice Hill, Joshua Kelly, Zeke, or Algier. I have Eckler and Mondre and JK. Sad face. You got a lot of depth at running back. If it's me, well, I'm dropping JK. Like, why do you still have JK, bro? He's out for the season. You don't even need to put him on your IR. He's done. He's Dundee 500. Not only is he done for this year, but he's done for next year too, because he had a torn Achilles. He's not even going to do anything next year. I wouldn't even draft him for next year. So, JK should be off your roster. Hopefully he is. If I had to choose one after JK, I'm getting rid of Zeke, dude. You can't get rid of Eckler. You can't get rid of Ramondre. Ramondre's better than probably everybody else that's on your running back roster other than Eckler. You got to have Kelly to start him this week if Eckler misses. Justice Hill I view him better than Zeke, to be honest, in fantasy. And I'm not getting rid of Algier. Algier has a solid goal line role. Algier is basically in the same role that Zeke is. In the goal line role, running between the tackles. The only difference is Algier is younger and he's better. Zeke is washed at this point, so get rid of Zeke. We don't need Zeke. We don't need him. Zeke who? Zeke who? Definitely run 0. Picking up Hunter Henry, full PPR. Full PPR, give me Puka, Damian. Let's see. He may retire. Who are we talking about? Who are we talking about retiring? Zeke? Or Oh, you're talking about Dobbins? Yeah, Dobbins might retire. God, dude, you gotta feel for Dobbins. He was looking good. He dealt with the ACL 2 years ago, and then he was trying to come back from it last year. It took him all of last year to kind of come back from the ACL, and then he gets the Achilles. And the Achilles is a running back killer. There's not, I mean, you look at Cam Akers coming back from the Achilles, he still isn't even the same running back. He's just not. They lose their explosiveness, and they just don't really ever get it back. Puka's big risk, knowing he is a week 1 stud on a weird Rams offense. Drake London had a goose egg last week, and now he's going against Jair. I don't trust Dobbs though enough to play Hollywood. Yeah, no. At least you know Puka's gonna get the ball though. I don't know how many times he's gonna catch it. He may not have as many catches. I know he had 10 catches on 15 targets and over 100 yards. Those numbers could come down, and more than likely will, because the 49ers defense is much better than Seattle's. But all that being said, I think they're better options than the other guys we just discussed. Moser is close. He's close. I would not knock you for starting Moser over Puka. I wouldn't knock you. But full PPR, there's a chance that Puka's better. Because Puka could still catch 5-6 balls and still get you like 50-60 yards. I think Stafford really likes him, and I think Puka's a lot better than people think. I think they stole that guy in the draft. That guy's a good route runner. He doesn't drop very many balls. He's a big dude. He plays a lot like Cooper Kupp too. I think he's going to model a lot of his game after Cooper Kupp if he gets to share the field with Cooper Kupp for the next year, maybe even year and a half, you know. So, but there's a chance that Mostert's better than him this week. There's a chance. Mostert all day. Do I think A-Rod's career's over? I don't think so. I would, you know, Saleh came out and said he'd be shocked if it was over. I think A-Rod said he's going to try to rebound. He's going to try to rebound from this, come back. That's what I think I've seen. I would kind of be shocked, to be honest. But, you know, the only good news about the Achilles is that, you know, when it comes to an Achilles injury, is that he's a quarterback and he's not a running back or a receiver. If he was a running back or receiver, he'd be done. Quarterback, maybe not so much, because they don't really run the ball. I mean, you got to move a little bit in the pocket, but, you know, you can still, you know, play quarterback, I think, after a torn Achilles. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. I'm sure it's not going to be easy, but they were saying he was going to try to live up to his contract and come back and try to play next year. So I don't think his career's over, and I just don't see. Look, Rodgers is, and you know, I know I made a TikTok. You guys want to see my TikTok? I actually made a TikTok. It's kind of funny. I'll play you guys my TikTok. It actually went viral. So if you guys don't follow me on TikTok, it's X Wayne Solo X on TikTok. I usually make pretty funny like videos. So this one went viral. I almost have 1 million views on this one. You guys want me to play it? You guys want me to play it? If you guys don't want me to play it, you guys can go watch it on my TikTok, but I'll play it here. It's pretty funny.
No. I gotta say, I could have called this one.
No.
Yeah.
Is it our fault? Is it because we were bad? Whose fault is it? Oh, fuck, I wanna fucking go.
Let's cut this shit. It is directly your fault.
Please don't cry like that. Please don't, Brennan. I told you that they would feel completely to blame.
Let's grow up.
Grow up.
Don't throw up.
Come on. Oh, this is ugly. Hey, guys.
This is not right.
All right, dipshits. Right here.
Right here, dipshits. Right here. Oh, my bitch is taking it right now. Oh, God, it's so funny. So that went viral. So, yeah. Although, you know, memes aside, you know, making fun of the situation, you know, having a good laugh, or it does suck for Rodgers. Rodgers
You know, like a lot of people, like in like even the comments in my video, my TikTok video, people are saying like, you know, he was washed anyway. He wasn't, you know, he was overrated. Look, Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks really to ever play on a football field. Let's not get it twisted. And I don't see somebody like Rodgers, who's super competitive. Really, I'm going to tell you guys right now, dude, they had a real shot to win the Super Bowl. I'm not saying they would have won it, but they had a shot, bro. Now they have like no shot to probably even make the playoffs. They're going to have to go get somebody like Brady in order for that to happen, and I don't think they're going to do that. And so, you know, all of that aside, I just don't see somebody like Rodgers, who's one of the greatest to ever do it, going out the way that he would be going out if he retired tomorrow. I don't see him going out like that. So he's going to go out on his terms, and those are not his terms, I don't think. So even if he didn't play next year, let's say he had to take next year off, I think he would try to play at 41 years old in 2025. So yeah, you guys like that? That is pretty funny, ain't it? Yeah, that went viral. Dude, I put that out Tuesday morning at like 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I woke up around like noon, 1 o'clock, and I seen it had like almost 500,000 views. So I was like, holy crap, I couldn't believe how viral it went. It is pretty funny though. It was perfect too. It's like perfectly set up movie scene for what had happened on Monday night. What veteran QB would you see the Jets sign if Wilson doesn't work out, dude? Oh my God, I don't even know, to be honest. Here's the thing, guys. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which veteran QB that they sign, okay? It doesn't matter, because it's a system that you know, I don't know if anybody knows Hackett's system other than Rodgers. Like, is there anybody that's out there that's a free agent that kind of like is really familiar with the system? You know what I mean? I don't think there is. And they could go out and get Phillip Rivers or Carson Wentz or whoever they freaking want, you know, whoever, you know, Matt Ryan. Maybe it'll help Brees if they got somebody like Matt Ryan or something like that, you know what I mean? Because he'll check it down, you know, and he probably is. I mean, yeah, those guys are better than Zach Wilson. Let's not get it twisted. Zach Wilson sucks. But that offensive line is still a problem when it comes to pass blocking. I think they're decent run blocking. They're going to be able to run the ball a little bit against defenses that aren't the greatest. You know, it might be a little bit different this week against the Cowboys. Cowboys have a really good defense. Saquon was kind of able to run on them a little bit. So we'll see. But let's not get it twisted. Just because they put Matt Ryan back there or Carson Wentz, or maybe, I don't even know, maybe Ryan Fitzpatrick, maybe Peyton Manning comes out of retirement. I don't know, you know, whoever, you know, I don't know if they're going to be able to survive back there either. That offensive line still has to get it. They have to get it together, because the whole reason he got injured in the first place is because the offensive line got smoked. The guy on the left side, I think it was Becton, got smoked off I don't know, was it Becton or was it Vera Tucker? I don't know who it was on the left side, but they got beat. That's the whole reason why Rodgers got hurt in the first place, because he was running for his life. But the thing is like, you can bring in a quarterback off the street. If they don't know the playbook, not only that, they don't have chemistry with the receivers. They don't have a full training camp and a full offseason with the personnel. That matters. You can't just make up for that overnight. You can't. Even Brady couldn't even make up for that, really. I mean, he did win a Super Bowl the first year of Tampa Bay, but if you guys remember that year, they struggled the first half of the season. Brady and the Buccaneers struggled the first half of the season. It took them midway, even towards the end of the year, to kind of get it together. You know? So Rivers, I would not mind. I'll take Rivers in a heartbeat. Me being a Breece Hall owner and even a Garrett Wilson owner, and I would take Rivers in a heartbeat, because Rivers is a fantasy football stud, and I would trust Phillip Rivers a whole lot more
than Zach Wilson. Now, like I said, the offensive line still has to get it together, which I think they would. You know, I would hope they would. At least after the Cowboys. The Cowboys are going to probably make him look silly again, but it won't matter because Zach Wilson's going to be... I'm telling you, you guys think Zach Wilson was running for his life on Monday? You guys just wait till Sunday. Dude's going to have Lawrence and Parsons in his face like every other play. Carson Wentz is the only option. Carson Wentz is an option. I don't like Carson Wentz. He's just as inaccurate with the football as freaking Zach Wilson is. Tim Boyle, which he is on the team, kind of. Yeah, Boyle's what, on the practice squad? Right? Could trade for Minshew. Minshew would be a decent option. That's what I think they're going to do. I don't think they're going to get somebody like Rivers or somebody like... God, could you guys imagine like Drew Brees coming back? He can't really throw the ball down the field, but he's a good quarterback, you know. He'd be really good for Brees Hall. You just dump it off to him like he's Alvin Kamara, you know. Just treat Brees Hall like he's Alvin Kamara, you know. Just dump it to Brees Hall like 10 times a game. Oh my God, we get so many fantasy points. I see them kind of trading for somebody. Minshew's a good candidate. Cam Newton. Oh, we don't want Cam Newton, dude. I don't know if we want Cam Newton. You think he could still go out there and play at 41? Who's 41? Is that Phillip? Is that Phillip Rivers or is that Breeze? I think they're both probably in their 40s by now. Do I think they could go out and play? Oh, without a doubt, they could go out and play. The question is how many hits does it take before they don't get up? Because they're not used to getting hit. They're probably old, you know, they're older guys now. They probably don't want to get hit. They would, I mean, we're talking fantasy land. Breeze and Rivers, I don't even think. Rivers maybe, because Rivers wants a Super Bowl still. Rivers would play right now if somebody would sign him, probably. Breeze, on the other hand, I don't think there's like zero chance that Breeze comes out of retirement. He's already got a Super Bowl. He's not gonna. They would have to pay him so much money for Breeze to come out, and I don't even think he would do it. So Rivers, though, on the other hand, I think he would do it because Rivers, he's still chasing that Super Bowl. He wanted a Super Bowl with the Chargers, and he could never get one. I've got Kelly and Eckler. Is it worth it to start both? No, you're not starting both. I don't even think you're gonna have the option this week, to be honest, Premium, because I think Eckler's going to be missing this week from what I've seen. That ankle sprain that he's got, it don't look good. It don't look good. And I don't think they're going to play him if there's a chance that he's like only 80%, maybe even 90%, they may just not even play him this week, to be honest. Andrew Luck would be the craziest signing of all time. Yeah, I forgot about Luck. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'll be curious. I'm telling you right now, they're going to go get somebody. I know that Saleh came out, oh, Zach Wilson's our quarterback. No, he's fucking not, dude. No, he's not. If he was your quarterback, you guys wouldn't have signed Aaron Rodgers. Let's be real. You know what I mean? Yeah, he's going to be the starter this week. He might even be the starter week 3 and week 4. But they're going to go get somebody. They're going to go get somebody. They may not even go get somebody and play him the next week. They may go get somebody like tomorrow, or let's say Monday or Tuesday after the Sunday, the Sunday game, and then Wilson might still play week 3. They're gonna let the guy kind of maybe try to get acclimated to the offense for like a week or two maybe before they even throw him out there, and they'll just have Wilson play until like week 3 or week 4. Especially since they stole the game on Monday night, and if they can maybe steal another game, I think they play the Chiefs week 4. So we'll see. I'd be willing to bet they're going to go out and get somebody. I don't care what Robert Saleh said about, oh, Zach Wilson's our quarterback. No, he's not. They know they can't win with him. They tried it last year. They tried it the year before that. There's a reason why they went and got Rodgers. So, and now that Rodgers is gone, hey man, it's back to the drawing board. That doesn't mean they're not going to go trade for somebody or go pick up a veteran like an Andrew Luck, a Rivers, some other older guy that's retired, or whatever. Maybe Brett Favre comes back. You know, who knows, dude? Who freaking knows? I'll tell you right now, I would love to see Brady. I would love to see Brady go to the Jets. I really don't like Brady. I hate him, but for my fantasy guys and Breece Hall and Garrett Wilson, I would freaking love it. And I think Brady is the one guy who, I know he's 46, whatever. He did just get done playing last year. He did play last year. So Brady, you know, I think Brady still has some in the gas tank. I really do. And he would be good for fantasy. And I think out of all the guys that are out there, the reason why I say Brady would be the best option is because he's so good. He's been in the league for so long. He's so good. Even though it's probably an offense that he doesn't really know, I think he could get acclimated to the offense quicker than just about any other quarterback that's out there that's never been a part of Hackett's offense. You know what I mean? Because he's so smart. He's the GOAT. I think he could get acclimated to the offense pretty quickly compared to like just about any other free agent quarterback out there. So can I lowball someone when they have Waddle? I tried to do it in my league. I didn't get nowhere, but in my league I got a bunch of killers. Yeah, you could. I would try to lowball offer somebody for Waddle right now. Yeah, I would do it. If you're looking to maybe improve your team a little bit, yeah. If there's no Eckler, what kind of guys do you start over Kelly? All right, let's look at the running back. So I'm already on the page here. So here's Kelly. Here's Kelly. Let's say Eckler is gone. Okay, let's just do this. Watch this. You ready? Watch this crap. Boom. There goes Eckler. Gone, right? All right, so let's say Eckler's gone, and you got this guy right here. Let's blow him up a little bit. Here he is, front and center. Give me a comment down here. So you got Joshua Kelly. Who do I start over him? Well, it's gonna be these, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's gonna be these 8 guys. I'm starting them over him. I'm gonna start. Look, he's in this category right here, should start for a reason. So I'm gonna be totally honest with you. Let's say I had Eckler on my team, right? And I have Josh Kelly. Let's say I have them both. Let's say I had Eckler, I drafted Eckler, and I just picked up Josh Kelly off the waiver wire. He's starting no matter what. If I have, let's say I have Eckler. Let's say I have Ramondre as my number 2. Let's say Ramondre was the second guy I drafted. He's my number 2 running back. Or let's even say Kenneth Walker, or even Jahmyr Gibbs. Say any of these 3 guys are your number 2. They immediately become your number 1. Kelly becomes your number 2. So no matter what, you're starting him. I'm starting him over all of these guys. The most likely to sit him down guys over here, I'm starting him over all of these guys if Eckler doesn't play. I am. Because why not? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's really nobody in this category over here, these 2 categories, and I'm like, man, I think they're better than Kelly this week. You know what I mean? I don't think so. Kelly went 16 carries for 91 yards. With no Eckler, he could get you 100 yards rushing. He could get you some more work in the passing game as well. I don't like him over Zeke. Maybe Breece Hall, maybe, you know. Breece Hall could get you there. Breece Hall's got a tough matchup, though, guys. And really, Algier. Algier could be another guy that I move into this category. Let's say I have Eckler and I have, like, Kelly and a Ramondre. If I have Algier as well, I can move Algier in over Kelly. But everybody else, aside from maybe Breece, I would say Breece would move over here too. If I had Breece and Algier with Kelly, I could maybe bring Breece and Algier over here, and I would start Breece and Algier over Kelly. But aside from these 2 guys, if it's Kelly versus the rest of these guys, there's no freaking way. There's no freaking way. I'm starting Kelly over all the rest of those guys. So I would move Algier and Breece from this category, and I would probably start both of these guys over somebody like Kelly. It would be, you know, it'd be a game time decision. Let's just put it that way. It'd be a call I'd have to make right before the game. But
those are really the only two guys that are in the most likely to sit category that I'm like, yeah, I could start over Kelly. Because we know Algier is going to get some good goal line, you know, carries inside the goal line. He's going to get you most of the work between the tackles, where Bijan's, they're kind of moving him outside, pass catching, you know, this and that. Breece Hall, I think they're going to rely on him and Cook, but he does have a tough matchup though as well. But he is very, very explosive. He could hit a home run at any time. So would you trade Khalil Herbert for Zay Jones, full PPR, or Jameson Williams? If you're good at running back, I would. I wouldn't trade him for Jameson Williams. I wouldn't trade it. I wouldn't give you anything for Jameson Williams right now. I don't think. There's no way. I would trade Khalil Herbert and get Zay Jones if I had good running back depth. Like if Herbert was my running back 3 or 4, then yeah, and I needed a receiver, yeah, I would do it. It's close though. It's close. Don't overreact on Herbert. I know he had a bad game. It just depends on what your running back room looks like. If it's terrible, if your running back room is terrible, then no, I wouldn't do it. I had Bijan, Pollard, Algier, James Conner, Jeff Wilson, Olave, Deontay Johnson. Need wide receiver help. Try to move Algier, dude. I know you're splitting your handcuff. I really try to move Conner, bro. Try to move Conner first. Try to get whatever you can for James Conner. Be like, hey, James Conner he's got no he's got no competition in his backfield. The quarterback's gonna have to dump it to him a bunch of times. Like, try to do everything you can to sell James Conner. Like, sweet talk the guy if you have to. You know what I mean? That's what I'm doing if I'm you and I need receiver help. Because yeah, you do. You got Olave, Deontay Johnson. Who else is your receiver? Julio, you gotta have other receivers than just those two guys, right? Who else you got on your bench? You got Jameson, Sky Moore.
Houseway.
Houseway. Yeah, you got to try to sell freaking. You got to try to sell Conner, bro. Maybe Algier too. Like maybe if you can't sell Conner, try to sell high on Algier, but don't get a freaking bum for either one of those guys. If somebody's trying to sell you a bum for one of those two guys, just don't trade them. Don't budge. I've got Chubb, Jacobs, Ramondre, and Kelly, and I'm super lost. Got Chubb, Jacobs, Ramondre, and Kelly. Sell Jacobs right now. Sell him for everything you can get for him, dude, before it's too late. Oh wait, you're talking about starting, right? You're talking about starting guys over Eckler. Start Chubb, start Ramondre, and start Kelly. I know that's gonna sound crazy to you. I mean, you could maybe start Jacobs over. You could start Jacobs over Kelly. I mean, Jacobs is in this category. I'm not saying don't start Jacobs. I would look, if I had that lineup, I would probably go Chubb, Jacobs, and Ramondre just to be safe. Just to be safe. Jacobs does have a tough matchup, but the volume could get him there. The volume could put him over the top of Kelly. Yeah, if you have Jacobs, Ramondre, and Chubb, you can't start Kelly over one of those guys. I don't even know how you have all three of those guys. You must be in like a grandma league. You must be in like a 6-man league or something. There's no way you got Chubb, Jacobs, and Ramondre. Would you flex Swift or Algier full PPR? Full PPR? Dude, that's so difficult because we know Swift is going to get to work tomorrow. Like, we know he's going to be the lead back tomorrow night. The question is, how much does Jalen Hurts get him the ball? And, like, how many catches does he get? We don't know. We've never really seen him in the offense. because they didn't really play him last week. But he's going to get a shot tomorrow night. I like Algier. Algier doesn't really catch the ball. I know he caught 2 balls last week, but they're going to use Bijan for that role. Algier's more of the guy that's just going to ground and pound and work in the red zone. Gosh, this is a tough one. If you believe that Swift is going to get what maybe you think he could get, then go Swift. I don't really trust it, though. I don't trust it. I'm going to have to see it first. It's me. You could take a chance, though, and go Swift. I wouldn't knock you for it. I would not knock you for it, Nate. Probably go Swift, man. Probably. Put Swift in and don't watch the game. You know what I mean? That's what you're gonna have to do, bro. Put Swift in and just don't watch, because you're gonna get real pissed off if like Hurts is not dumping him the ball, which is a very good possibility that he doesn't do that. With all that being said, though, it is a high total. There's a chance he scores a touchdown. There's a chance he falls in the end zone, whether it's receiving or rushing. And, you know, it's a high point total, so that you kind of got that going for you. So they have a 28.5 or 27.5 projected team total, the Eagles do. So we're talking 4 touchdowns. Maybe one of those is a Swift touchdown. So probably go Swift, man, and just take a chance. Just roll the dice. He's gonna get the full workload tomorrow for the most part. No Gainwell. I don't think Penny's really gonna play much, to be honest. So put in Swift and just don't watch the game, I guess, because you're gonna be watching the game and you're like, why the fuck are they not throwing the ball to Swift? Why are they not getting Swift more involved? You know, and you're gonna be pissed. So, but I think it's worth the chance. Let's just put it that way. It's worth the gamble, in my opinion. Doesn't sound crazy. I feel you, but I had a crazy draft. Fields, Chubbs, Jacobs, Chase, Smith, Waller, which Smith? Is that Devontae Smith too? 10-man league? This ain't no way this is a 10-man league, bro. There ain't no freaking way. How many guys were auto drafting? You know, 10-man league. So you got, hold on, let me write this down real quick, dude. Where is my freaking pencil? You got Fields. You got Chubb and Jacobs. Is this ESPN, bro? This gotta be an ESPN league, right? And then you got Jamar Chase. Is that Devontae Smith? Premium, is that Devontae Smith? Gotta be, right? And then you got Waller and Ramondre, bro. Waller, Ramondre. So Fields is what, like round 6? You might have got him in round 7, I guess, in this league. Chubb's like a round 2 player. You took Chase round, so you took Chase round 1. You took Chubb round 2. You took Devontae Smith round 3. Yeah, you got Devontae. This guy, bro. You got Devontae round 3 or 4. Maybe you got Jacobs round 3, Devontae round 4. If you get Devontae round 4, holy cow. And then you got Ramondre in the 5th, dude. Shut the heck up. Shut up. There ain't no freaking way. You're in like a 6-man league, bro. There ain't no freaking way. That ain't happening in my league. There ain't no. You wouldn't have seen 2 of those guys. There'd be 2 of those guys that you wouldn't even have on your team. Forget having, like, you could have gotten Chase at 1, Chubb at 2, and Jacobs at 3, but you would not see Ramondre or Devontae Smith in my league. There's no freaking way. Might be 8 guys. It might be 4 people. QBs and tight ends went early. Jacobs 4, Ramondre 5, Fields 6. Well, I guess I could understand now if you got. I don't know how you're getting Ramondre in round 5, bro. You're playing with some freaking grandmas, dude. There's no freaking way, especially if it's full PPR. T Money reacts. Should I trade Cooper Kupp for T Higgs? My wide receivers are Amon-Ra, Ridley, and Olave. Yes. I don't know. Maybe not, dude. I don't know. We'll see. Look, man, if I have Cooper Kupp and I have St. Brown, Olave, and Ridley, I'm actually going to play it safe, and I'm just going to hold on to Kupp. Because right now, I don't even know how you could get T. Higgins for Kupp. I guess because T. Higgins is coming off a 0 week. That's kind of crazy, I guess. It's up to you, man. I don't think you can go wrong. You could hold on to Cooper Kupp, and maybe you could try to flip him after he comes back. Or if he comes back really good week 5 and he looks like he's trending the right way, maybe you get rid of like Olave and you sell Olave high, you know? Or you just hold on to all 4 of them. But I wouldn't knock you for trading Kupp to get Higgins either. I'm not super high on Higgins. I think Higgins was drafted way too high this year. He's not a round 2 or 3 guy, and he was going steadily at the 2-3 turn in best ball this year. I always thought that was a bad pick, and I didn't really draft much of them in best ball, to be honest, because you had Ridley and guys like that there. But you're so deep at receiver, you could hold on to Cooper Kupp. You don't have to trade him, dude. Not when you got those 3 guys. But if you want to get T. Higgins for him right now, I wouldn't knock it, because there is a chance that Kupp misses more than 4 games. I know he's out for the first 4 weeks. He's out, he's out last week. He's got the next 3 weeks he's out. There's a chance he comes back and he re-aggravates that hamstring again. And then they shut him down because maybe they're not competing, so how in the hell do you have St. Brown, Ridley, and Olave? There's no freaking way. I don't know how you guys get all this. Should I go after Etienne or Ramondre? Yeah, if you need a running back, I would go after one of those guys first. You don't really need to go get another receiver. Try to go get Ramondre or Etienne. I'd be fine with either of those guys. I would probably prefer Stevenson if it's full PPR though. So you got Chase 1, Chubb 2, Jacobs 3, Smith 4, Ramondre 5, Pierce 6, Lockett 7. You got Fields in round 8, dude. Holy cow. Connor, London, Christian Watson. Dude, there's no freaking way you got all those guys. It's D, Gano, Nagwalker. Yeah, I had Gano too. Snagged Waller and Kelly. What the well, you don't need my advice, dude. You don't need my freaking advice. You got a lot of depth, on your team. You need to try to find another receiver, though, probably. Lockett's your number 2 right now. London's your 3. Watson's your 4. You could try to package like London and Watson, maybe. You need Watson to come back from injury, though, first. You could try to package a Marquise Brown in a London. You have to wait for London, though, to have a decent game and Watson to come back from injury before you start packaging guys. Because you have a package team where you could just package a couple guys, especially once they come back, and then you could package them together to go get a Ridley or a St. Brown or even a Debo. I would consider Debo too. We'll see. Maybe Ayuk. Try to go get Ayuk. Make him, if you got Ayuk as a number 2 receiver on this team right here, you're solid. You're sitting really good. Oh, Devontae Smith, dude. I forgot about Devontae Smith. What am I doing? Yeah, Devontae Smith's your number 2. You don't even need anything, dude. What do you need my help for, bro? They should just give you the trophy already. Yeah, Lockett's your 3. Smith literally had to sit back and laugh. Yeah, dude. Yeah, your biggest issue is who you're gonna start every week. That's not a bad issue to have. Would you rather have the issue of picking like who you're gonna start every week because you have so many good players, or would you rather be the guy who is scrambling to fill his roster because he's got 3 or 4 injuries? You know what I mean? You'd rather be the guy that's picking and choosing with a bunch of guys to pick from. I don't care who you are. That's better than having, you don't want to be the guy that's got 2 or 3 injuries and you're just like decimated at every position. You're the one stream, man. I gotta know something. Yeah, I know a little bit here and there, but I mean, you got a good team, dude. That's what I know. What I know is you have a really good team, and you're just gonna cruise to the championship game, barring injury.
So I would try to upgrade my third receiver. So you have Lockett. Maybe try to pair Lockett with James Conner. Try to pair Lockett with Marquise Brown, or Marquise Brown with Conner. Yeah, I mean, try to get rid of the Arizona Cardinal players first, obviously. But I would move Lockett too if I could upgrade him to like a Brandon Ayuk, or if I could upgrade him to a Debo. I would be fine with both of those guys, or even Keenan Allen potentially. I don't love Keenan too much, but I like him a little more than Lockett. Brandon Ayuk would be the first guy I try to go get. Try to move Lockett and somebody else. I mean, I don't know. It just depends on who owns them and how much they know. If you try to send me Lockett and like a Connor for my Ayuk, I would tell you to go F yourself. But you never know, dude. Somebody might take that, man, in your league, obviously, because they let you draft this team, so they can't be the brightest. My running backs suck, but everything else is god tier. Who are your running backs? T Money. Who are your running backs? You didn't tell me who your running backs were. Maybe try to move, maybe try to move Cooper Kupp, T Money, if you can get a running back. You're good at receiver. I mean, you got Olave, Ridley, and Amon-Ra. You're good. Two of those guys have week 9 bye though, so that's gonna hurt you. But Cook's on a few leagues. Try it for Kelsey. Yeah, you could try for Kelsey. You could try to upgrade the tight end position right now. Hey, I'm telling you guys right now. If you want Kelsey, go get him right now. This is the only time you're gonna be able to buy low on Kelsey. I don't know how low you're gonna be able to buy on him. This is the only time. As soon as he comes back for week 2, and he goes and gets like 15 catches on Sunday against the Jaguars and for a couple of touchdowns, you can kiss that goodbye. So go get Kelsey right now if you want to. You got till like Friday to do it. Because there really hasn't been news about Kelsey practicing, I think. Well, there was kind of, yeah. So right here, Travis Kelsey participating in some of Wednesday's practice. That's what the news was today. So he participated in some capacity in practice today. So go get Kelsey right now. Waller, Lockett, Connor for Kelsey. Oh yeah, punch it, and everybody in your league will be calling the police, the veto police probably. Yeah, Waller, Lockett, and Connor for Kelsey on that roster. Call the police, dude. Punch it. Take it and run for the hills. Put it this way, Premium. Knowing what you know now about Waller dealing with a little bit of a hamstring injury, Lockett, concussion, probably is going to play this week. And Lockett's, it's not that I don't like Lockett. I do like Lockett. James Conner plays for the Cardinals. He's going to suck this year. He's touchdown dependent, and he's touchdown dependent on a team that's not going to score very many touchdowns. Knowing what you know now, let's say Kelsey comes back healthy. He's gonna play. He's gonna freaking play. And let's say you get the Kelsey that we thought we were getting before the draft, or before his injury, before you drafted. Would you make that trade? Heck yeah, you would. You'd make it in a heartbeat. So, yeah, do it now. Because once Kelsey comes back this week and he goes for 100 yards, which he will, because there's nobody that can stop those guys. There's nobody that can stop him and Mahomes without 10 pass interference calls on the day. There's nobody that can stop it from happening. So 100 yards and a couple touchdowns, you won't be able to sell 4 or 5 guys on your roster to get Kelsey away from the owner that has him. So team is Fields, Algier, AJ Dillon, Amon-Ra, Ridley, TJ Hawkinson, Olave, Lockett, and the Saints defense benches Purdy, Zay Jones, Josh Kelly, Drake London, Puka Nacua. Yeah, you need to go get a running back, dude. You need to package together Lockett and AJ Dillon. AJ Dillon's value could go up if Aaron Jones doesn't play this week. Package together Lockett and somebody.
even maybe even Zay Jones. There's probably people out there that might be higher on Zay Jones than they are Lockett, just because Zay Jones had a better week last week. So package Zay Jones, Drake London. I would be willing to package together 2 guys that are on your bench, any 2 guys that are on your bench, and I would throw Lockett in there and AJ Dillon in there as well, and I would try to go get a running back. Try to go get Barkley, man, for something. Like, give him Lockett and Zay Jones for Barkley. Go give him. I would consider even Olave for like Barkley straight up with your team, because you have 2 good receivers, so you could afford to move move Olave for like a Barkley. But maybe you could stoop a little bit lower and go get Mixon and keep Olave. Go get Mixon for like Lockett and Dillon, or Zay Jones and Dillon, or Drake London and Dillon, or something like that. You might have to wait to move Drake London. Nobody's going to buy Drake London after what happened last week. At least nobody that has a brain. And you got Cup, okay. I mean, yeah, package Cup together. Like, dude, with your receivers, T-Money, I am packaging Cup if I absolutely have to get a good... Like, if I could package Cup and AJ Dillon for Barkley right now, and the guy would take it, I would put it out there. Because you don't need to have Cup. With that running back room, you need to go get a running back, dude. And I'm talking Barkley. I'm talking even Chubb. I don't know who would do Chubb. Probably nobody, but you never know. Barkley is the top of the list, though, because he's a buy low candidate because he didn't play good. And he's probably the best buy low running back that's out there. Gibbs is also a buy low guy. Gibbs could be a little bit of an upgrade, obviously. I mean, your running back room does kind of suck. Stevenson's another guy I would try to go get. Yeah, Stevenson. Yeah, Stevenson's up there. Barkley's out there. You know, he's high on the buy low list. Yeah, you got to get a running back, man. That's not the greatest running back room I've ever seen, that's for sure. Just in a trade. You're now accessory before the fact. All right, yeah. I tried to trade Olave for Barkley. It didn't work. The guy wanted Ridley. Yeah, no, you can't do that. The reason why Ridley is better than Olave is because Ridley is the true number 1. If Mike Thomas hangs around, I think Olave can survive, but it's still gonna hurt him. It's gonna hurt him a little bit more. Ridley is like bulletproof. Trying to give me Cooper and Pierce for Ridley. I told him hell nah. Yeah, tell him hell nah. Yeah, no, you can't do that. Try to move Cup, man. Try to move Cup and somebody else. If you have to package AJ Dillon, if you have to package, I wouldn't move Algier. I would try to hang on to Algier, and I would hang on to Kelly too. I would maybe move Kelly though, and maybe like a Cooper Cup or something like that, or maybe one of your other receivers if I was getting a good running back. It would have to be Stevenson, ETN, or like better. You know what I mean? Especially if Eckler doesn't play this week. Separate league, 12-man ESPN, Superflex, 2QB. You got Eckler, you got T-Law, you got Pollard, Debo, Amari Cooper, Watson. Is that Christian Watson or is that Deshaun Watson? Gotta be Deshaun Watson, right? No? Maybe it is Christian Watson. Is Love your second QB? Jordan Love, you got Rondell Moore, P. Ryan, Javonte, Freiermuth, James Conner. Why has everybody got James Conner on our team, dude? The guy's touchdown dependent, bro. I know he doesn't have any competition, but he's touchdown dependent. He's no good at fantasy unless he scores touchdowns. And newsflash, he plays for a bad team. That's not going to see very many red zone attempts. I'm going to try AJ Dillon, Zay Jones for Ken Walker. Yeah, go for that. I would get that immediately. Like, if I was you, I'd be trying to get that immediately too. That's a good trade for you. Would you do AJ Brown and Andrews for Gibbs, Watson, and Kelsey? yes, I would. I don't know which Watson it is. Which you guys got to give me if these guys that have the same last name. You got to get, is that Deshaun Watson or is it Christian Watson? Oh, Christian Watson. Well, that's for Primo. Antonio, is that Christian Watson or is it Deshaun Watson? Loves your number 2 premium. I only took Connor because he's got an open backfield. I know he's got an open backfield, but it doesn't really matter in my opinion. I mean, he could maybe get you there on receptions if it's full PPR, but I'm telling you guys right now, this is a public service announcement. Okay, if Connor has a good week this week, let's just say he gets you a touchdown, he gets you like 15 points or something like that, or maybe close to 20 even, sell him immediately. Get rid of him, sell him high while you can. That's all I'm gonna tell you. And when I say sell him high, I would try to move into like a Kenneth Walker. I would try to move into an ETN, a Stevenson, even a mix, even Mixon to a degree. Try to like a Breece Hall, maybe even. Breece Hall would be really the best person to try to trade into would be Breece Hall probably. Christian Watson, but I probably only get one of him or Gibbs. Yeah. I mean, if you could trade AJ Brown. Oh wait, you're getting AJ Brown and Andrews for that? No. If you're the Gibbs, Watson, Kelsey side, don't do it. If you are Gibbs, Watson, Kelsey, if those are your guys that you're trading away, don't do it. If you're getting the Gibbs, Watson, and Kelsey, I would do it. I'm taking the Kelsey, Gibbs, Watson side. It sucks having Watson right now because he's hurt, but you're gonna have to be patient with him, man. Hopefully you got somebody behind him that's picking up the slack. Kelsey's gonna go crazy this week if he plays. And Gibbs is gonna get better as the weeks go on. I think Gibbs could have a pretty decent week this week. And he's only gonna get better as the weeks go on. Yeah, I need to know. Yeah, like I said, Antonio, I want the Gibbs Kelsey side. I'm not trading that away to get AJ Brown and Mark Andrews. There's no freaking way. Mark Andrews is in the same boat as Kelsey right now, but Kelsey's better than him. They both missed week 1. Kelsey's better in every single freaking way. And he's gonna be better this year too, because guess what? The Chiefs don't have any receivers, so guess who Mahomes is gonna throw the ball to? Kelsey. Gibbs, I know some people want AJ Brown over Gibbs. If I'm good at receiver, I don't though. And I'm not as high on AJ Brown as some other people are. I think Devontae Smith's a better receiver. And I think Devontae Smith has less likelihood of being injured, so there's a chance Devontae Smith's a better receiver than AJ Brown is this year. Really, he was a better receiver than AJ Brown last year. AJ Brown just had more yards and he had a couple more touchdowns. That's the only reason why he was better in fantasy. But now we get serious. Would you trade Amon-Ra for Barkley and the Cowboys defense? Okay, so this is UT money. I thought this was Lopez. Hold on. All right. You're getting Barkley and the Cowboys defense for Amon-Ra. Who's your defense? Is defense like super important in your league or no? Like I have a league where it's like really important. Like the Cowboys defense got me 60 points in my one league because defenses in that league get kind of a lot of points. If it's in like if it's a normal Yahoo or ESPN league, then no. No. There's other defenses that you can go get, bro. There's other defenses you can go get. And I would keep, I don't know, man. I'm not, I wouldn't do it, Team Money. I would not do it. All right. Kyle Sim says, I have A-Rod. I'm assuming that's Rogers. You don't have Rogers anymore, bro. You should have dropped him already. AJ, Aaron Jones, Connor, JJ St. Brown, Garrett Wilson, Pat Fryermuth. Should I trade Najee, Connor, Cooks, or Walker and Watson? Or for Walker and Watson? Should I trade Najee, Connor, for Kenneth Walker, and is that Deshaun Watson? Hey, come on, guys. Deshaun Watson or Christian Watson? If it is Deshaun Watson, yes. Yes. Because Walker's better than Najee and Connor. I think. I know he's better than Connor. I would take him over Najee right now, too. I think he's got more upside, too. And you need a quarterback, so yes. The only bad thing is that you have Aaron Jones, and if Aaron Jones is hurt with a hamstring and he misses this week and maybe more than 1 week, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble. So you got to consider that too. Hopefully you got a little bit more hopefully you got a little bit more depth at running back, man. Saints, and yeah, it is because I took out kicker. So T-Money, no, I wouldn't do it. The Saints are a good defense, so you don't need a defense. The Saints are a pretty good defense. Don't do that, T-Money. Don't do it. Don't do it. There's other opportunities to go out and get maybe like a Stevenson or something. You don't have to have Barkley. You could probably get somebody like Stevenson or Etienne or even somebody like that for less. And although they may not be quite as good as Barkley this year, you know, I'm not giving up St. Brown for that, though. There's no way. You don't need the defense for one, and I'm not giving up St. Brown for Barkley right now. I feel like, and the reason why I say this, because I feel like you could go get Stevenson or Etienne or Breece Hall or something like that with some of your other players. So, said Richardson, my fault. Wait, what? So you're saying so you're asking me, should you trade Najee and Connor for Walker and Richardson? Okay, bet I see him. Obviously, Zay Jones for Barkley. We'll see when I wake up. Okay. I wouldn't mind that. I wouldn't mind that. If that goes through, Barkley will be your number one. You'll have to come up with a flex guy. Your flex guy would be, I mean, it's going to be Kupp whenever he comes back, so maybe it pays off. You'll have to make up for somebody else being at your flex spot until Kupp comes back. Christian Watson. All right, so if you're trading Najee and Connor for Walker and Watson, I would say no, because you already got JJ, St. Brown, and Garrett Wilson. So no. I would say no. You don't need Christian Watson, is the thing. And you need a running back, and you're giving away two. And look, I think Walker's better than Najee and Connor. But if you just only have Walker and Aaron Jones, and Aaron Jones misses some time, dude, you're going to have to come up with another plan. You're going to have to come up with another plan. I would try to maybe see if you can try to get Dylan for cheap, maybe, or something. Handcuff him just in case. I don't know. I mean, I don't know who else you got on your bench at running back, so really just depends, man. I have a trade working from the 12, man. I'm sending Pollard, Debo, and Javonte for Garrett Wilson, Etienne, Waller, and Justice Hill. You're sending Pollard, Debo, Javonte for Garrett Wilson, Etienne, Waller, and Justice Hill. I would not do that, Premium. Why are you sending Pollard and Debo away, bro? Garrett Wilson lost value on Monday. Etienne is nowhere near as good as Pollard, in my opinion. I mean, he's close, but he's not as good as Pollard. And give me Javonte over Justice Hill, obviously. Waller's a little bit of an add-on, but Waller, he could be injured. If I'm the Pollard, Debo, Javonte side, I'm not sending that. If I have those players, I'm not sending that away for those guys. There's no way. No way. Haven't accepted yet. Got offered Carr and Najee for my Pickens and Deshaun Watson. I have Love and Herb at quarterback. I would drop Carr. So you have Deshaun Watson, Love, and Justin Herbert on your team. So you're giving away Watson for Carr, but you're going to drop Carr. You're basically trading Najee for Pickens and Watson. Who are your receivers, Kevin? I would say yes, I would do it. If you're getting the Najee in the Carr, you drop Carr because you have Herbert and Love. I would do it. I think you're upgrading your running back. I don't think Pickens is that good. I know that Deontay just went down. Pickens, it depends on who your receivers are, Gutierrez. Tell me who your receivers are, and I'll tell you yes or no. I'll give you a final yes or no. If you need Pickens, then I maybe wouldn't do it. But if you can afford to live without Pickens, if you have like a solid 3 guys, then I would probably do it. Especially if it upgrades your running backs. Who would you start this week? Daniel Jones, Mac Jones, or Richardson for QB? Hurst or Schultz at tight end? Swift or Myers at the flex? Give me Swift at the flex, man. It's close, but give me Swift. Myers is dealing with a little bit of an injury. I think it's a concussion, if I'm correct. Give me Swift, man. Like I said, put Swift in if you have to at the flex. If you're struggling to find a flex player, and just don't watch the game, I guess, you know, and just look at the box score at the end of the game, and hopefully it paid off, you know. It's close between Daniel Jones and Richardson. I know a lot of people aren't going to want to start Daniel Jones after last week. Let me look at the point totals for those games real quick. I want to tell you Richardson, to be honest. There's a chance he runs for another touchdown. 39 point total for the Colts game, and 39.5 for the Giants game. It's close. If there's good rushing upside, I mean, both Jones and Richardson can rush. I think they're going to lean on Barkley, though. I think the Giants are going to lean on Barkley a little bit in this game. Look for Barkley to have a pretty good game. So give me Richardson at quarterback. It's really, really close, but give me Richardson. Mac Jones is not really even in the conversation, I don't think, because he doesn't have the rushing upside. Hurst or Schultz, give me 1 second, and I'll tell you here in a second. Let me see here. Give me give me Hayden Hurst, dude, until Schultz proves it. You know what I mean? Until CJ Stroud proves that he can get Schultz the ball. So I got Kupp in the 4th round. I was trying to get Devontae Smith. That guy was a stickler. Did you start Javonte or Connor? I would hope that you're not starting either of those guys this week. Let me see. Javonte's right here. And James Conner. Where's James Conner? Where did I have James Conner at? I don't even have James Conner on here, I don't think. Thought I did. Maybe I don't. I don't have James Conner on here. I forgot all about James Conner. The reason why I forgot about him is because I really don't. I mean, it's got to be Connor because he's got the opportunity. Let's just put it that way. It's got to be Connor, bro. I don't know why I don't have him on here. I must have forgot him. Javonte's got a little bit of a tough matchup. He's splitting carries. He's splitting the work with Pirine right now, and it's gonna keep going that way until the season progresses. Give me Connor. Play him and close your eyes. Play him and close your eyes, man. Oh, receiver JJ Waddle, Pittman. Running backs are Pollard, Breece Hall, Javonte, Connor, Pacheco. Also trying to package Connor in a trade. Yeah, try to package Connor in a trade. So you got offered Carr and Najee for Pickens. You got JJ Waddle and Pittman. Yeah, do it. If you get JJ Waddle and Pittman, go get Najee Harris. Why not? Yeah, and then try to move like Connor and Pacheco and try to get Brandon Ayuk. You know, something like that. Try to go get Brandon Ayuk for Connor and Pacheco. So do this, take Najee, drop Carr. You don't need Carr, although I kind of like Carr, if I'm being honest. Carr could be better than Jordan Love. I'm just gonna throw that out there. So maybe you hold on to Carr if you could. Like, I do think Carr's a better quarterback than Love in fantasy. We'll see though. Time will only tell. But yeah, package Connor and Pacheco if you do this, because you'll have Najee as your third running back behind Pollard and Breece Hall. You'll have Najee. Try to package Connor and Pacheco. Go get Ayuk. Go get Ayuk. Ayuk would be the guy I would want to go get. Maybe you could get like a Keenan Allen or something like that. I don't know who would take that, but you never know. Only other guy for flex is Christmas Watson. Christmas Watson. Oh goodness. I'm going back and forth between you guys' teams. I need to get like a whiteboard to start writing all this down. If there's no Eckler, I'm playing Kelly. Yeah, probably. Trade Javonte and Lawrence for Kenneth Walker? Question mark. I would say no. Who's your other quarterback is the question. Like, who's your other, like, if you lose Trevor Lawrence, who's your backup quarterback that you're playing? If you gain, look, Kenneth Walker is a home run to get for Javonte, in my opinion. But you're losing Trevor Lawrence. I like Trevor Lawrence. I own Trevor Lawrence in one of my leagues. Of course, he was a keeper in my auction league. That's why I own him. You got Burrow, though. Probably do it then if you got Burrow, right? I mean, if you got Burrow, I feel like you're giving up a little much to only. I feel like you should be getting Kenneth Walker and somebody else, though. You know, I feel like you should be getting Kenneth Walker and maybe like maybe like a Zay Flowers to go with it. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm not saying it's a bad trade and you are upgrading your running back position, but you're also giving the guy a pretty good quarterback. And I know you have Burrow on the bench, but this is what you should do. Okay? Don't accept this trade, but leave it pending. Like, leave it out there. And then send this guy a trade. I don't know who else he has on his roster. Only you would know that. But send the same trade. Send Javonte Lawrence for Walker, and then try to get somebody else that's like somewhere between a round 6 and a round 9 player. You know what I mean? And try to get a receiver, probably, if you need a receiver. Or try to get a tight end or somebody, you know what I mean? Like, try to get I don't know, a Kincaid to go with it. Try to get I don't know, you'd have to tell me who's on his bench, really, or who's on his team, and I can tell you. But I would leave this one out there. I wouldn't decline it, and I wouldn't accept it. I would leave it out there. I'd send him another one and see if he takes it instead. And then if he doesn't, you could still try to revert back to this one if that's really what it comes down to. I feel like you should be getting another player to go with this trade, because Lawrence is not a freaking He's not a scrub. Let's put it that way. And I know you got Burrow, so really there is no reason to hold on to Burrow and Lawrence. I understand that. I'm gonna peace now. Send a sub. I'll be back for another stream. Yeah, man. I'm about to get off myself, guys. I've been live for almost 4 hours. I feel like I've answered a ton of questions. I apologize for the echo that I had going on pretty early. That is my fault. That's on my end. I know exactly what happened, and I apologize for that. But I hope you guys enjoyed the Start 6 show for week 2. Like I said, some of these guys that are in the most likely guys to sit, whether it's the quarterbacks, whether it's the running backs, receivers, go back and watch or ask me a question if you have a question regarding one of these guys, because it does depend on your bench. It does depend on maybe what guys you do and don't have on your roster. And it's also going to kind of, I'll kind of come back to this, guys. I'll come back to it on Saturday, and we'll, like, after some news breaks, after we find out who and who isn't playing. So I will come back to this on Saturday. I promise you guys. We'll do another, like, a live before lock on Saturday night or something, or maybe even Sunday morning. I'll come back to start sit, you know, for each position. I'll even put defenses on here too. I know somebody asked me about defenses earlier. I apologize. I didn't really get to that one, but some guys he can throw in are Hollywood Brown, Mark Andrews, Pittman, Zay Jones, Dalvin Cook, Nico Collins. All right, so if he can throw in one of those guys, give me Zay Jones or Pittman, one or the other. Those would be the top 2 guys I'd try to get him to throw in there. It's really up to you, though. I like both of them. At least both of them enough to make that trade. Like, if I could get a Zay Jones or Pittman to go with Kenneth Walker with that trade, I would punch it. I would punch it. Try them both, maybe. I don't think you could go wrong with either guy. Nico, really, I would try to get Nico too, but I got Zay Jones and Pittman ranked over Nico right now, because they're just on better offenses. Well, Zay Jones is definitely on a better offense. Pittman is a true number 1, and Richardson's going to be looking for Pittman as much as possible this year, I think. Is Jamal Williams the start? Jamal Williams. This week, I'm going to say no. I don't even have him up here. I did say he was probably going to be in the most likely sit category. It depends, though, who's out there. Like, it depends on who your other 2 running backs are, Richie. It depends on who your other. If you have any of, like, really any of these guys, like if you have an Algier, a Brees, a Swift, even for this week, or if you have any of these guys that are in the should start or gonna start or gotta start category, then there's no way I'm playing. So, like, these guys right here. And I would even consider both Denver running backs, if I'm being honest. And even probably Mostert. And Swift, obviously. Swift too. Not that guy, Swift. So Swift and probably both Denver running backs. And even Najee. I'm not starting Jamal over Najee this week either. Jamal's a guy, Jamal's going to be touchdown dependent, bro. That's all I'm going to say. He's touchdown dependent. So, if he doesn't score a touchdown, he's not going to pan out for you this week. I'm not saying he can't score a touchdown. He could. They do have the Panthers. The Panthers kind of suck. Not going to lie. But if you have, like, 2 stud run, if you have, like, a Ramondre and a Pollard, if you have a Kenneth Walker and a Bijan, if you have, like, you know what I mean? You're talking about starting him at the flex at that point. And I don't know if he's worth a flex spot over a receiver if you have some pretty good receivers. You know what I mean? Especially if it's full PPR. If you have, I mean, there's some of these guys that I would maybe, like, that I have in the most likely to sit column. You know, most likely I would sit them this week, that I would probably have over Jamal Williams if it's PPR and we're talking about a flex spot. So, all right, guys, I am out of here. Like I said, I'm going to touch up on all of this stuff again on Saturday or Sunday. When we get more news, we get more information about who's playing, who's not, who's going to be getting a workload, who's not, you know what I mean? There's so much information that they haven't told us yet for this week. So this is kind of an early preview of the Stardom Situm show. We'll touch on it again though, I promise, before Sunday. As far as tomorrow goes, okay, I'll touch up on it one last time. Right here. Obviously, if you have Jefferson, you're starting him. Addison, I would put him in at the flex. If you have him and you don't really know who you're going to put at the flex this week, I think it's worth a shot. Remember, we have a 49-point total tomorrow. Okay? You're talking about 20 points or so. I think it's 20.5 points for the team total for the Vikings. Okay? Darius Slay is going to be shadowing JJ. They don't have James Bradbury or Reed Blankenship back, in the secondary. Addison could have a big game tomorrow night. Okay, he could have a decent game. I'm not promising it, but I'm saying it's worth a shot in my opinion. He caught a touchdown last week. He could catch another one this week. He could even probably go for about 80 to 100 yards this week as well, or tomorrow night. So, Swift, I would consider Swift. Let's go to Swift. Swift, I would also consider as a flex spot, but you got to be kind of have a bad roster, in my opinion. If you have like a roster like I do, there's no freaking way I'm starting Swift over like Mixon, Kenneth Walker, and Chubb. You know what I mean? If you have something like that, there's no way. But if you have a injured, riddled roster, guys that are missing, guys that suck, the guys that are underperforming, then take a chance with Swift tomorrow. You're gonna start Hurts. I would maybe not start Cousins, depending on who your other quarterbacks are. Let's go to the quarterbacks real quick. If you have a Purdy, if you have a Jordan Love, if you have what in the heck is this? Yeah, if you have a Purdy, a Jordan Love, if you have a Richardson, if you have a Daniel Jones, I think I would consider all of those guys. I would consider all of those guys over Kirk Cousins tomorrow night. So, and then obviously the guys that are in the gotta start column, there's no way you're not starting those guys over Kirk Cousins tomorrow night. So, Madison, do I even have Madison up here? Let me check Madison real quick. I think I forgot about Madison, guys. I apologize. Madison is I'm not starting Madison, okay? Unless my running back room is depleted, I'm not starting Madison tomorrow night. Madison got lucky that he fell in the end zone against the Buccaneers, and it was a reception touchdown. He didn't look good. The Bucs defense isn't really that good, guys. I'm gonna let you guys in on a little secret. It's not that good. I promise you. If you have other options than Madison, I would. It's a Thursday night game. I know the total's a little high, but I think, look, the Vikings throw the ball a ton. They're going to continue to throw the ball a ton. I don't think Madison's as good as people think. And so I'm sitting Madison unless I absolutely have to start him because my running back room is not very good. You know what I mean? So if you got like any of these two guys that are in the start or should start category, I would say I'm probably even starting like somebody like Rachaad White over Madison. I'm taking Kelly if Eckler's out over Madison. The only problem is that you're gonna have to gamble on that because there's a chance that like Kelly, we don't know if he's starting or not until Sunday, but Madison plays tomorrow, so you might have to make you're gonna have to make a gut decision. Let's put it that way. So, and then if you got AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, you're starting them. If you got Philly's defense, you're probably starting Philly's defense. So, where's Zach Moss at? He's irrelevant right now, I feel like. So I didn't really put him on here. I'm sorry. Zach Moss, he's worth a shot to start in some scenarios, but look, man, we don't even know if Zach Moss is playing. Like I said, I'll touch up on Moss on Saturday probably. Okay, I'll put him on here. I can tell you right now, he's going to be in this category where it's most likely you're going to sit him. Okay, he's going to be in this category with the Denver running backs, with Akers, with AJ Dillon, with Pacheco. just because they're in this category doesn't mean that you have to sit them. There's a reason why I have 4 categories. I'm saying you're most likely going to sit them. That doesn't mean in all scenarios you will. There's going to be some people out there who have to start some of these guys because maybe their running back room isn't very good. So, so most likely to sit is where I would probably put Zach Moss. We'll find out for sure because we don't even know if he's playing or not. I think he probably will though. But I mean, if you look, man, if it's down to you starting Zach Moss, and like you're debating it, you messed up somewhere, man, or you got hit with injury, because Zach Moss is like, he should be like your 4th or 5th running back on your roster. Like you should have 2 or 3 running backs that are better than him. You should, as long as you didn't draft like Dobbins. So, all right, guys, I got to get out of here. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning. Like I said, I'll touch up on this on Saturday or Sunday, probably Saturday. So I'll catch you guys later. You guys have a good one. Peace out. I'll catch you guys probably Saturday. I don't know. I'll do my my damn Survivor tomorrow. I'll put a Survivor video out tomorrow, and then I'll probably catch you guys on Saturday. Okay. So I am out of here. You guys have a good one. See you guys Saturday. Royce, what's the scenario? Give me the scenario, Royce. Real quick. Last question. If Royce is still here, let me know what the scenario is, man. Royce, are you still here? Royce, you already leave? All right, well, I'm gonna go, Royce. I'm gonna let the song play out one more time. All right, so you got like 3 minutes. If you come back, give me the scenario. I'm gonna stay on for like 3 more minutes, and I'll answer it. If you can give it to me within like the next 3 minutes, okay? If not, dude, just send me like a message on like this video or one of my other videos, and I will get back to you via like, you know, YouTube message, okay? So I'm out of here though. Like I said, if you put anything in the next like 3 minutes, I'll answer your question. But if not, just hit me up on a like a message underneath the video or something, okay?